yesterday. For those who are joining online for the first time today, I just want to confirm this is the application by Vattenhall Wind Power Limited for consent under Section 39, the direction under Section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 for the construction and operation of a 14-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure at Clashindarroch Forest, 6 kilometres southwest of Huntly in Aberdeenshire. It's probably important that we just introduce ourselves if people are looking at this video for the first time. My name is Elspeth Cook and I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning Environment Appeals Division, and I've been appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider the application and report my findings to them. Perhaps just the other participants could briefly introduce themselves just before we the applicant.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Marcus Trinick. I'm a solicitor. I'm the Queen's Counsel, instructed by Kirsty Smith of Eversheds. Thank you.
Mr. Finlay.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is James Finlay, Queen's Counsel, instructed by Arlene Gibbs, who sits behind me on my left, and I'm intending to call Mark Steele today, who sits behind me on my right at the moment, but he will be in a separate room in due course.
Thank you. And we have with us, although we're not getting a video, is Ms. Rutter?
Yes, it is. So I'm Lynn Rutter, and I speak on behalf of a group called Friends of the Clash, which is a local group who live in the vicinity of the proposed turbine.
Thank you. And I see just an extra person there. I see Dominic Woodfield's joined us again. Now, he confirmed yesterday that he was here just to monitor the progress of the inquiry. Is that still the same today, Mr. Woodfield?
It is, yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Rutter's cameras.
I was going to say, I've been clicking things and something happened. So, hello.
Thank you. Well, just before we start, is there any matters anybody wishes to raise at the start of today's proceedings, procedural or otherwise, before we start where we were left off?
Only one thing, ma'am, or otherwise, I'm having one or two network issues here at the moment, so you might watch out for me dropping out suddenly. I hope it'll get better.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. We'll keep an eye on that. Mr. Finlay, do you have to raise anything from? Yeah, no, he's shaking his head. That's fine. I have got one request, and I'll put it to the parties before we start off. There was a bit of discussion yesterday about layout D, if you remember, about whether or not it was the correct layout for that version of the design evolution. Now, obviously, it would be new information, but I thought it might be helpful if I was to get an accurate plan of layout D that reflected the wire lines that were visible. Would the parties be able to agree to that just came in as an extra document?
From our perspective, we can agree it. I can't talk, obviously, to Rebecca Wright at the moment, but I may ask her that exact question re-examination, and that is layout D as shown on figure 2.3, the finalised layout, because I believe it is.
Right, okay.
Let's see where we go with that.
Yeah, well, we'll maybe come back to it then. If that's going to come up in your re-examination, that's something we could come back to. I'll maybe ask the question again in response to those discussions. Mr. Finlay, I see you anything you wish to raise on that?
Well, no, but it certainly would be helpful to have, if there are, to have 5 layout plans to go with the 5 versions of the figures that then follow it. And I'm sure there would be no trouble about, if that's what we were after, no trouble about it, agreeing an extra layout plan to come in due course to make up the set. And we would have no objection to that, but I think it would be the applicants that would have to produce it.
Yes, certainly. Well, we'll come back to that. Yeah, we'll come back to the end of the landscape and visual session and just see if we know more about it as the day proceeds. Now, we left off yesterday with Ms. Rutter being given the opportunity to question Rebecca Rylott in her capacity as acting as a participant in the inquiry. Perhaps Rebecca would like to switch her video and microphone on, and we could hand over to Lynn Rutter and with any questions you wish to put to Ms. Rylott.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rebecca. Hi. We have a couple of points of clarification, if you don't mind. Just a couple of issues that I want to be clear that I fully understand. The first one, and I understand you were working on the original and Clash 1, so have some familiarity of the 37 turbine scheme, etc. It seems to us that was very widespread, and that when the first Clash was put in, the infrastructure and site options were there for further turbines to be put in. So we were trying to understand how a clarification is made on whether the decision is that it's an extension or it's part of the original, you know, a new wind farm entirely. So it's just trying to understand how that distinction is drawn and how you reach that conclusion.
Right. I'm just looking for the right map. Just find it.
I think it's 11.7, CD 11.7, that has the 37 turbines on it.
That's right. Let me just pull that one up. This one doesn't actually have the access road on it, which was what I was looking for, because you mentioned the infrastructure and the access. Now, I want to be clear, my involvement with the original Clash was at the inquiry. I wasn't involved with the original design and assessment of it. And it's my understanding that they had a couple of access options, a wellheads option and one that went over the crags of Succoth. And the wellheads access, which is the one that they've got now, was from my memory was the preferred access, and that's the one that they took in. And they've got that long access road because that is where they have to come in to get access to this site, because it is difficult to get turbines onto site, and you have to come in from a particular road in order to make sure that you can deliver the turbines to site. So that's not an indication that there are plans to expand a wind farm, or just because the length of the access road is not equivalent to the length of the wind farm is what I'm trying to say here. I have no knowledge or information about extensions or further extensions other than what's on this plan. And you can see the pre-planning applications for Clashindarroch Wind Farm Extension, SO1, and the Craig Watch pre-planning applications. Those are being put forward by other developers, and I am not involved in those schemes.
No, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask the question correctly. What I was trying to ask was, given that there are the site options and there were right from the beginning, I'm unclear as to why this particular development, this Clashindarroch 2 or whatever you want to call it, is being defined as a totally new wind farm as opposed to an extension of the existing one. You know, why is it not an extension, given that it's clearly aligned to the current wind farm and is no less spread out than the original wind farm application was? So the concentration of turbines is actually more in line than the original. So is that clear? I'm not being maybe articulate.
So, I mean, I can't speak for the sort of developer's view on why they might, you know, sometimes wind farms are referred to as extensions or not extensions for various financial or management reasons, to do with how the wind farm is operated and the various parties that are involved in financing it. I can only speak to it from the point of view of a landscape perspective, as whether it's possible to design it
so that it can be perceived as one wind farm or as an extension of a wind farm, or to be perceived as separate wind farms in the landscape. And as we move around all the various viewpoints, it becomes clear that from some viewpoints, like the Buck, it makes sense to have this appear as one wind farm, and it suits itself. It seems to fall into that category, that it looks and can be perceived as an extension from that particular viewpoint. When we look at it from the viewpoint 12, for example, from the SUI viewpoint, it's actually beneficial that there is sort of a bit of gap between the wind farms, that they can read as separate separate developments in the landscape. So you have Dornell Wind Farm. In fact, it might be worth referring to that viewpoint, but you have the Dornell Wind Farm, you have the Clashindarroch 1 wind farm, and you have the Clashindarroch 2 wind farm. In that view, they all occupy that segment of view to the far western periphery of that wonderful panorama from the SUI viewpoint. But there is this sort of gap between them, so that they can be read individually rather than creating a unified mass, as it were, of turbines, which I think would be too much for that particular view. And so you have a break, or the eye can rest between travelling from one to the next. And it's just possibly worth pointing out that this photograph was retaken to ensure that we'd got a little bit more visibility of the existing Clashindarroch 1 wind turbines in that viewpoint, because they were hardly visible in the EIA photography. And that's just the conditions of the day.
Thank you. Again, excuse my ignorance, but is there a planning difference between treating it as an extension or treating it as a new wind farm?
I think that would be a question for Alison Sedgwick, if it's a planning matter, if you want to define if there's a definition for extension, wind farm extension in planning terms as opposed to landscape terms. Okay,
thank you. So moving to your comments about trends for higher turbines, there was an assumption of an unavailability of the matching height turbines. Again, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding it, but my understanding is that when you put in an application, you have a candidate turbine already defined, and you wouldn't actually order the turbines until the point that you've got the planning permission granted. So I'm again just wanting clarification as to how the decision was taken to put in for a particular height turbine, when it can't be known yet whether there's availability of that turbine, because you won't have actually placed that order until the planning permission is granted. So what decisions, what factors do you take into account when deciding which one to put in as your candidate turbine height?
As a designer, as a landscape architect, I am guided by the client, the developer, on that. They will tell us what turbines are available at the market, and we will work to that design. Usually they will give us a height limit, and we'll work to that design. And those instructions will change as the market changes. And this is what we're finding quite a lot now with schemes.
And how do you as a designer decide when it would be too big for the landscape? What factors do you take into account? And would you ever say that's inappropriate for the location and the landscape?
Absolutely, I would, and I have done on other schemes. I have given that advice to developers very clearly. Some cases they've taken the advice, some cases they haven't, but then that's where we part ways. I have I'm constantly advising developers on wind farms and tall turbines in situations where we need to be careful with the design, and it's a careful decision that needs to be taken. The factors that I'm looking for are things like where the turbines become so tall that there is an element of them dominating the landscape as opposed to being accommodated or fitting into the landscape. They dominate the landscape to the extent that one can no longer enjoy the existing views or the existing amenity of that landscape. And those are the factors that really start to take account of. And
do you have a view with this particular landscape, and given that there is an existing wind farm there with turbines of a particular height, do you have a view when too high would be too high?
Well, we've worked to the upper limit of 180, and my conclusion is that this upper limit of 180, it's acceptable, if I may use that word, but purely from a landscape perspective. It's not a planning judgment at all I'm making there.
No, I understand.
Just from a design perspective. But we have not looked at taller turbines at 200 or 250 metres in this location. And I can't say, without properly going through the process of looking at photomontages and wire lines and checking that, as to whether that would be acceptable or not at this stage.
Thank you. Then looking at the visual impact from individual properties, how was it decided to go for Tillerthrowy Road as the point of reference, as opposed to the two other glens that are actually nearer to the wind farm, the proposed wind farm?
Are you talking about viewpoint 1, why we chose the location of viewpoint 1?
Yes, Tillerthrowy Road. Yes, sorry. Thank you for helping me.
I as I say, I was not involved with the EIA
And all the E's.
Environmental impact assessment reporting was not the work that I did, but looking at the consultation, it seems that what has happened is that the viewpoints have been agreed with Aberdeenshire Council and Nature Scott, and this is a viewpoint that has been picked. I believe it was a viewpoint that was used for the previous Clashindarroch one, so there's an element of consistency there that is good to have. But when we refer to the individual residential properties within Tillerthrowy, I don't know if you are aware, but there is a wire line for every single property that is included in that assessment, and it's in the technical appendices. Let's just see, technical appendices. It'll be in volume CD 152 4B. Now, let me just check that I'm giving you the right reference.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got the paper copy here. Yeah, so it's the technical appendices, volume 4B. And it's quite a weighty document. And it's technical appendix 7.3.
Yes, we didn't actually get a USB with all of the documents, so I'm not sure we've got all of these points of reference. So I just wanted to check, you were mentioning places like Begerdie, for example, and I understood that you went to the house, to the road. But I mean, Begerdie, for example, is up a hill. It's at a 242 metre elevation, and we'll actually be looking directly into the wind farm because it's not at the same height as the road. And also things like the felling of the trees up at Whitestones, which again means that they're not protected from the views. And yet terms like slight and moderate are used in definitions. So I wonder how you make those judgments.
Well, Whitestones is one of the properties that has been identified as significantly affected in terms of its view. And it's one of the properties that I had visited from the track that leads up to it. And I can tell, because it's a fairly new property, it has no established garden screening around it. And so at Whitestones, they have that clear, open view to the wind turbines. And it's worth noting that one has been assessed as substantial and significant. And so they've been assessed in terms of it being the highest level of visual impact for that particular property.
Right. Did you, again, apologies for not having access to all of those wire diagrams, did you actually go to Coinakey and the Tinamati Road, that's the nearest, I'm thinking particularly of places like Finglenny, which I believe you've done noise assessments for, but will be 2 kilometres from the site.
I went down the Koinaki Road. Koinaki Road.
They do it deliberately to upset us Sassenachs.
Koinaki Road, and I looked at properties along that road.
So up to Mitis. So that's the Tillamati Road, yeah. So you looked at the properties along Koinaki, but not the road up to Mitis.
So which is the road up to Mitis?
That's the Tillamati Road, which is the nearest glen. Finglenny is the nearest house to the wind farm, and that's 2 kilometres. It's right at the end of that road. And as I say, I believe you've done noise assessments there.
Right. I think probably the best thing to do is to get out figure 731.
Yeah.
Did you say you have access to it or not?
We don't have access to all of them because we didn't actually get a USB with all the documents on.
Right. Well, I can confirm that the assessment includes all of the properties that are on this map.
Right.
Now, I have visited the ones that have been identified as significant, but I have not identified the ones that have been identified as not significant. And the reason for that is that there is a wireline and a map that accompanies each property. So it's a very thorough piece of work. And for a number of them, you can look at the wireline, and there's some of them you can have a clear view, and others there is a wireline and there's barely any visibility shown, or it's limited visibility, and it becomes clear that, okay, they've assessed that as not significant. We can see why. I've just turned over a property here called Tillyminnet.
Yeah, Tillyminnet, yeah.
And there's barely one blade tip of Clashindarroch 2 visible in the wireline. So I took the decision I didn't need to visit that. I trust the wireline, and that's where my assessment ended.
And finally, on this point, for the significant ones, were visits made to talk to the people? I'm asking that because the first Clashindarroch 1 wind farm, we all had visitors to show the wire diagrams and have discussions with the individuals. That hasn't happened on this particular.
That hasn't happened on this particular case, but it's important to note that in the statement of agreed matters, the council, Aberdeenshire Council, have agreed that there is no residential visual amenity issue between us, and that they're not raising an objection on that basis. And so that is why, in my mind, there's been no visits to properties to look at the views in that respect.
Thank you. And a final question, you'll be relieved to know. In your professional view, what would be an unacceptable concentration of turbines for this area? At what point would you say that is as far as you can go? Looking at you obviously know the location very well by now.
Well, I do feel that the turbine positions that were refused at the original clash that go along that ridge and are shown in red, they probably should not be reinstated because of the effect that they would have on the Devon Valley. And we've been through that inquiry. Beyond that, I would have to say each wind farm development has to be taken on its own merits on a case-by-case basis. And I could be here all day if I was going to pass premature judgment on pre-planning applications. So I'm afraid I can't say any more on this stage. It is very specific, I think, and it requires looking at a specific scheme on a case-by-case basis rather than making a blanket judgment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's Ms. Rutter's questions. I have a few questions of my own. They won't take long at all. If I can refer you to document 1.3, that's the main EIAR report, and chapter 2, which is the design considerations. I think similar statement is made in the design and access statement as well. It's the paragraphs on the design considerations and then the design objectives.
Yes, I have that in front of me. I've got the design concept and approach. Is that where you're looking?
Yeah. There we go. Yes, chapter 2, and it's paragraphs 218 and 219.
Yes.
I'm just curious, and it's really just to help me understand the difference. I was wondering if you could explain what you thought the differences were between establishing a set of landscape and visual design considerations, and what distinguishes them from the key design objectives, which is the second paragraph, 219, just to give an idea of how you draw the line between those two items or those two lists.
So, in my opinion, and obviously I didn't write this, but in my opinion, the design considerations, these are the factors that are drawn from the information that we already know. So there were factors that were drawn out in the previous inquiry. There are factors that are drawn out from the landscape architect's discussions with consultees as part of the scoping exercise. There are factors that will be discovered as the landscape architects explore the site and undertake their site visits. And then the key objectives are basically a consolidation of those considerations into objectives. These are things that we must achieve. And so quite often you'll find the sort of landscape and visual design consideration can be a bit, excuse the word, hairy-fairy or a bit aesthetic, difficult to pin down. How do you know whether you've achieved it or not? And so you have to translate that into an objective that we can say, yes, we've achieved that, and make a goal, if you like. And that's the approach that I believe has been taken here.
Well, then my question is perhaps it's quite specific, but it's things like, and I suppose it's really the discussions we've had at length yesterday to do with the effects on Tap of North, whether it's from the summit or perhaps from viewpoint 12 at the Green Hills. It's why that stays as a consideration. It didn't become an objective. Do you have any idea why that particular relationship issue and why that didn't become an objective for your design team?
I think it's become a consideration to create, to be as sensitive towards that landmark as possible. But I don't think it's very difficult to make that into a concrete objective to say, for example, we won't be within X kilometres of the summit. I mean, we're already at 4.9 kilometres distance from the summit, which to me seems a reasonable distance. And it's difficult to sort of, make that into a concrete objective. What would you say? That, if you apply a distance or if you apply a direction of a view, it's difficult, really.
Well, I'm just interested, because obviously the second two objectives are use the word limit. Limit
Yes.
proximity and limit impact. They're not quite measurable. They're still sort of judgment based as to whether or not you've reached that point of limit, whatever that might be. I'm just curious why, bearing in mind Tap of North seems to have been a design or landscape consideration through Clashindarroch 2 and the very first larger proposal for the 37 turbines. I'm just interested in the filtering out of that.
Well, as I say, I didn't write this. I probably can't comment much more than I have done. Perhaps it falls under respect for other environmental constraints. Perhaps it's the case if the original landscape architect was here, who had designed this scheme. I know when I spoke to them, they did tell me that consideration of the Tap of North was very important to their design.
Okay, that's fine. I was just looking to see if you had any more clarity on it. The second point I want to raise is with reference to the first summary points in your recognition. I think you're also in the conclusion on your report.
Sorry, is it recognition or which?
They're in both, but if we look at the recognition, if you've got that handy.
I've got that to hand, yes.
So if we're just looking at the very first page, or page of text anyway, 1.13, paragraph 1.13, and it's the last bullet point. And it's about, in terms of visual effects, Clashindarroch 1 limits the effects, particularly in views from the south, where Clashindarroch would appear in front of the proposed development. I was wondering which viewpoints you would use for that. My reckoning, viewpoint 5 is the only viewpoint that would be due south, as close as possible. The other ones, viewpoint 12, viewpoint 19, and the Tapper North one, viewpoint 4, they're all southeast or southwest. So I'm interested to know if you've got.
Yes, I'm just going to pull out another plan.
If you have a look at viewpoint 5, that might be helpful.
I can find it. I'm looking for the one that's got the footpaths on it. Just see if I can. Yes, so it would be, let's get the reference for this. DD 122.2. So that's volume B, figures and visualizations.
And then which figure? Not that
so figure 7.4C I've got in front of me.
Okay.
And this map shows the core paths and tourist attractions and local recreational routes. And you can see just to the south of Clashindarroch 1, there are some green dotted lines. These are the Clashindarroch trails. And if you drive along the A941, you'll pass the car park for the Clashindarroch trails. You'll see it signposted. The main attraction there is for the use of skiing, for skiing. But I imagine they can also be used for walking all year round. And you can see where the trails are to the south of the wind farm. And as part of my assessment, I did a number of wire lines through those trails to check what was happening visually. And what you ended up with was the vision of Clashindarroch 1 turbines in the foreground on the higher ground, with Clashindarroch 2 turbines lower down, receding over the back of the hill at the back of Clashindarroch 1. And because of that, it became clear that really, if you were walking there and if all the trees had been felled, or if you were on top of the Mount Haddock and you were getting a sort of clear view, your view of Clashindarroch 2 would be, let's say, filtered, blocked, overtaken by the foreground view of Clashindarroch 1. So that's the sort of vantage point or viewpoints that I'm referring to when I'm talking about the views from the south. And I think that position would extend to the lower slopes of the Buck and the road, the B road along past the Cabrac there.
Right. So just to clarify then, so that you're not relying on the viewpoints that are presented as to illustrate that point.
No, because when we look at viewpoint 5, we see very clearly that we've got 2 wind farms side by side and there's an overlap. And yes, I do still feel that the Clashindarroch 1 takes away some of the impact of Clashindarroch 2, because a wind farm is already existing in that landscape and we're just adding to it. And the extended horizontal part of the view that would be affected by the addition of Clashindarroch 2 to what's already there horizontally is just 6 degrees. So there is a limitation of the effect caused by the fact that we've already got Clashindarroch 1 in the view from when we're looking at it from the buck. But because both schemes can be seen together, I'm not trying to suggest that one hides the other in that view, because you can clearly see them side by side or one behind the other.
And I'm just double checking in the vast number of visualizations and wireline I have that you haven't actually submitted those testing wirelines.
No, I haven't submitted them. And the reason I didn't submit them was because they were part of my check-in exercise. I mean, when I'm doing my assessment, I work with the computer, the 3D model. I'm constantly running wireframes to check the views from properties, from Rhino roads, from all sorts of locations within the ZTV. And it could go into hundreds, to be honest, as part of the work. And you know, if we discover something that's significant, then we would put that forward. But if we discover that, you know, it's not significant, then it doesn't need to be put forward.
No, that's fine. That was really the clarification. I wasn't seeing the effect from the viewpoints I had. I couldn't see the conclusion that you'd reached. And I think that was, I had another couple of things, but I think they were covered by Mr. Finlay yesterday. Yeah, so that's my questions just now. I'm looking at time. It's just coming up for 10:10. I'm keen to maybe keep pressing on and refer back to Mr. Trinick now for his re-examination of Mr. Eilert, if that's acceptable. And we'll try and, depending on how long your questions are, we'll maybe look at a break at the end of Mr. Trinick's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be as crude as I can, because I think we need to get through this witness and move on. So, Ms. Eilert, going back to cross-examination by Mr. Finlay yesterday, my first point takes us to CD 721. Would you get it out, please?
CD 721.
And within that, to electronic page 67. Paragraph 20.89.
So this is William Grant and Sons versus Scottish Ministers.
No, 721.
721, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, it's the Clashindarroch inquiry report from 2000 and whatever it was.
Right, which paragraph?
20.89 on electronic page 67.
Yes, I've got that.
Now, you were taken here by Mr. Finlay, principally because of the second last sentence. It is the movement of the turbines that mainly catches the eye. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Is there anything in this paragraph that tells us from what distance movement may catch the eye?
No, not that I can see.
Right, move on to the next point, please, which takes us to these figure 2, 3 and that particular issue. If I put the point to you that get figure 2, 3 in front of you, and might also have CD 13 chapter 2 as well.
Right, just bear with me. So we've got figure 1-3, the topography.
2, 3, Ms. Ryder, please listen. 2, 3.
Figure 2, 3.
I'll tell you what, Ms. Ryder, you get the figure in front of you, and with the reporter's and Mr. Finlay's permission, I'll read out the bits from the CD 13 to save time.
So it's figure 7.2b, did you say?
Ms. Ryder, please. It's figure 2, 3.
2, 3.
Yeah, within the environmental statement.
I've got it. Yes, I've got it.
Thank you. Right. Where you've got layouts A, B, C, and D. You have them.
Yes, I have that. Yes.
So we needn't talk about layouts A, B, and C. The issue is layout D.
Yes.
Now that has got 14 turbines on it. I've counted.
Yes.
If I go, I'm going. There's no need for you to go there to chapter 2 of the environmental statement, and it's ma'am, it's paragraph 246. That refers to a June 2017 layout with 13 turbines. And layout E is the final design layout of 2019 with 14 turbines. What I believe has happened is this, tell me if I'm right, is that the layout D shown on figure 2.3 is actually layout E in paragraph 247, being the final layout. And there is no illumination by figure of the June 2017 layout at all. That was missed out in figure 2.3, or it was omitted deliberately, or whatever. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me.
Thank you. So, ma'am, what we need to provide you with is the missing figure, which is that described in paragraph 246 of chapter 2 of the EIAR. And we will do that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. Just something to help me understand the wire lines. Thank you.
That's right. Would you now go back to the CD7, please?
CD7.
Yep. And go to 716 first of all.
Yes, I've got it.
Or 717, actually I got that wrong. 717, which is Paul's Hill 2. Do you see it?
Yes, I've got it.
You go to the beginning of the report. You can see under the heading application, first the application made on 3rd April 2018.
Yes.
And the height of those turbines, I should remember, but I can't. I think it's 149.9.
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Second paragraph, yes.
You go to CD 713, which is for Largo Rig, and you were taken to these decisions by Mr. Finlay in terms of the height of turbines. What is the date of that application? I can lead you to this extent. You'll see it underneath the bold line on the first page and points. You've got case reference, you see that, and then you've got other information on electronic page 3.
Oh, sorry, electronic page 3.
Page 3. Just before paragraph 1 that starts the cite, got the reporter's general record, a summary of information
Yes,
about
date of application, 29th of January 2016.
What date is this report?
19th of July 2018.
Right.
2 years later.
I think actually if we were to go to the decision just for a moment, and we will, I'll have to try and find that. 714, if you go to that, please.
714, yes.
See the decision date there. Well, I can read it out as well as anybody. It's the 25th of June, 2020.
Yes.
And finally, go to 715, please.
Yes.
Bill and Dale, and we look at electronic page 1.
Yes.
You can see from the bullet points the date of the application for this was a Town and Council Planning Act permission, not Electricity Act. You see that?
Yes.
What was it?
Application for planning permission, 26th of February 2019.
That's
no, planning permission dated June 2014.
2014, and the decision is 2020. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
In terms of important viewpoints. Mr. Finney was cross-examining on CD 512, that's sighting and design, and used the phrase as a statement without asking a question, the most important viewpoint, referring to Tapper North. I recorded those words in quotations. Would you go to ES figure 2, please, which is out. It's CD 14. Figure 2, figure 2. Tell me when you're there.
This is initial site boundary and optimized viewpoints.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, does that show a number of the viewpoints? I think they were the finalised viewpoints, I'm not sure, but certainly it's got 1 at Telethroe, it's got 4 at Tapper North, 5 at wherever it is. Yep. Number 2, number 3, and it's got the Flashback Hill viewpoint number 6. Was there any prioritisation of these design viewpoints during the process? Which is the most important, so far as you know? I know you weren't involved.
As far as I know, no. But I mean, it says initial site boundary and optimised viewpoints.
Yeah, thank you. At a later stage in the afternoon, talking about landscape impact assessment, Mr. Finley said, visual impact, I've got the quotations again, is a component of landscape impact. You started to say something in response, but he moved on. I didn't interrupt. I'm going to ask you now what it was you wanted to say in response to that statement.
I wanted to say that we were discussing landscape character assessment, which is completely different to the bracket of landscape, which might include within it landscape and visual effects generically. The discussion that we were having was about landscape character, and the assessment of landscape character is a different matter. And GLVIA makes it clear that the two are separate things and should be dealt with separately.
That took us, in terms of the cross-examination, immediately on to, I can't remember the name of the landscape character area, the one which is represented viewpoint-wise by viewpoint 1. Is that northern rolling farmland or something?
Yeah, just getting you.
It might just remind us what it's called.
So I have the new names for it. The Nature Scott names is farmed rolling ridges and hills.
Things are designed to confuse us. Okay, fine. That's what it's called now. I think there are 2 viewpoints within that.
There are, yes. Number 1 and number 16.
Number 16, but you needn't go there. Just tell us what you can see from number 16.
Number 16, well, I will need to look at it, but I know it's not
look at it, that's fine.
affected.
Ma'am, that says CD 142 from memory. Have I got it wrong?
143.
143, figure 737A.
So from this particular viewpoint...
No, wait till the reporter gets there, please.
Figure 737A.
Yep, 37A, carry on.
Okay, so the wire line shows 1 blade tip for Clashindarroch 2 would be visible at 11.8 kilometres distance.
Thank you for that. So it's fair enough, I'm sure, to go to viewpoint 1 to illustrate some points concerning landscape character, but would you regard it as appropriate to use viewpoint 1 as a surrogate for landscape character assessment?
No, it's just one viewpoint. And as I explained in evidence, it would be more appropriate to use a range of viewpoints so that you understand what the effect is on the character of the landscape as opposed to the effect on a single viewpoint.
Thank you. Would you now take us to CD? Please go to CD 141 in the context of the same landscape character area. And I want you to go to within 141 figure 7.2b, which you were taken to by, or you took Mr. Finley to, I can't remember which, in cross-examination yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I have that.
So when you come to that figure, you see the, whatever Nature Scott now call it, farm rolling ridges or whatever it is, with viewpoint 1. And then if you look, I've zoomed in, so I've lost it, hang on. You can see from the caption that what we're looking at is the blade tip, hub height rather, ZTB, the yellow colouring, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Now if you zoom in, please, now, so you can see the viewpoint 1 is on that road. And it got a bit, it was getting late in the afternoon, I think. It was getting a bit scrambled, but what I want you to clarify, please, is what you are saying about the extent of actual as opposed to theoretical visibility from within this landscape type.
So this map shows the ZTV, so that's theoretical zone of theoretical visibility, and it doesn't take account of forestry or intervening trees and buildings, so it's an overestimate of the extent of visual impact. When you compare it to other ZTVs, it doesn't tell you the number of turbines that are visible. It just tells you that at least one blade tip in the dark orange would be visible. So you have to read not just this map, but a whole series of maps. You have to look at the other ZTVs, and you have to look at wire lines, which I have done, and I did point to the wire lines that had been made available for the residential visual amenity assessment, which focuses on that, the properties in the Tilithrawi area.
Thank you. Two final points. Would you go please to CD 13, chapter 7, page 21, electronic page 21. And just to help the reporter in terms of the microsighting discussion that took place yesterday afternoon, you had referred to the fact it was addressed in the EIAR, but we didn't get a paragraph reference. I'm sorry for leading you to the extent, but is it paragraph 7.80 where microsighting is discussed?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Coming on to Lynn Rutter's questions this morning, just two small points. Firstly, not quite naturally, I understand a question fully, who's talking about the trends for higher turbines and how decisions are taken to pick a height when you don't know what's going to be available when the time comes to build it. And you said, well, developers will specify a height limit and it may change. Well, if it doesn't change, but a developer then decides, having got a consent, that tip height or the prescribed dimensions are insufficient, are there options open to the developer to revisit the issue?
Yes, they can apply for a variation.
For a tip height increase or whatever it is. And are you aware that there are a number of such applications at the moment?
I am, yes.
Thank you. Finally, I'm just noting, so that really for Linrotter's benefit, that actually emails were sent in December and January offering the USB to all parties. But we say if you want one, let us know. But we received no response to that. And actually, you have the information anyway on Wirelines because you have the Collaborate, the Eversheds Collaborate site, and you will find those Wirelines on that site. That's not a criticism of Linrotter at all. I fully understand. A lot of documentation out here, and our apologies for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That is the re-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that brings us to the close of the applicant's evidence at this stage. I think it would make sense to let Mr. Steele relocate himself to a separate room and get prepared that we take our break now. We're just coming up for 1:30. If we started at 10:40 in about just over 10 minutes time, is that acceptable to you, Mr. Finlay? Is that giving you enough time to get sorted out? Yes, please agree. So will we start at 10:40 with the council's evidence? Thank you. Oh, that's 10:40. I think we should be able to restart. Everybody seems to be ready. Mr. Finlay, are you ready to start your? Yep, that's fine. I'll hand over to Mr. Finlay then.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I introduce Mr. Steele? You're Mark Steele. You're a fully qualified landscape architect and a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. Is that correct? I ask you that just to make sure you can hear me and I can hear you.
That's correct.
Thank you. You've got over 30 years experience of landscape planning and design in Britain, Ireland, Australia and Hong Kong, and you've reviewed over 80 wind farm landscape and visual impact assessments.
That's correct.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to read out any part of your report or recognition. We'll take those as read. Just a number of additional matters. First of all, and a small starter for 10, could you go to CD 11.10, which is the new-ish wireline from Wheelment? And just so for your note, Mr. Steele deals with this at 7.1.12 of his report, at which stage he didn't have the wireline to review, and indeed I think the wireline was produced in response to a comment that he didn't have a wireline. So, Mr. Steele, I'm not going to ask you to repeat what your assessment was, but having now had the advantage of this wireline, what's your view about the significance or otherwise of impact that it demonstrates?
Yes, I think the wireline shows much as I anticipated from my site visit. This is broadly in the direction of travel if you're heading north along that minor road. There are sections of that road where there is intervening screening and other sections where there are open views, and this is one of those open views. The key point is that we have tap north on the right-hand side of that view. There is a degree of separation between the two, but the point is that the wind farm will become a distraction from what was the key focal point of the view, which was tap north. So, not having done a detailed written assessment, I'm still of the view that the effects from this particular point are likely to be significant.
Thank you. If we then move on to, I want you, in the light of the evidence yesterday, I think the quickest way to deal with the evidence from the viewpoints is to take the contentious ones one by one and ask you to comment. So if we go to CD 1.4.2 and you, which, and go first of all to viewpoint 1. Now, just to make it clear in case Mr. Trinick's confused, this is, I'm only asking you questions about visual impact, not landscape impact on this landscape area, although it does fall within a landscape area. First of all, I think Ms. Rylett confirmed yesterday that the figure 7.22c does actually, the forestry that has been removed there has been photomontaged onto the picture, onto the figure.
That's correct.
Is there anything you'd like to add to your commentary and your evidence so far in the light of what Ms. Rylett said in respect of this viewpoint?
What this photo montage shows is there's clearly once that initial forestry clearance has happened, there's a greater degree of visibility of the proposed turbines. And in addition, some of the turbine blade tips for Clashindarroch 1 will become visible. However, as you can only see the blade tips of Clashindarroch 1, it's unclear whether that's, you don't get the scale difference that you might do elsewhere. So it would read, I suspect, as a single group of turbines.
In terms of, is there anything else you'd like to say in respect to viewpoint 1? If there isn't, that's fine, we can move on. It's not meant to be a general rehearsal of your evidence. No,
apart from saying that clearly as there's progressive forestry clearance, that visibility will be opened up. And the other factor is that although there's a forestry plan that shows the planned forest clearance, that is likely to be changed over time to reflect things like wind blow. And there is evidence on the skyline that following the recent storms of wind blow on that particular horizon as we look at it.
Thank you. Can we then move to viewpoint 4, which starts at figure 7.25?
I have it.
And just while I before I ask you about this, you'll recall the discussion I had with Ms. Rylett yesterday about photo montage images, about whether the turbine blades should be assessed face on to the viewer, or as I think in her some of her images in the SI facing the direction of the prevailing wind. What's your advice in terms of assessment to the reporter in that regard?
My understanding of the guidance is that where you have a photo montage and you have existing turbines within the photo montage, then the proposed turbines should be orientated in the same direction as those existing turbines, not to any particular direction of wind, prevailing wind. So that's to give a consistency of presentation within the photo montage. For the wirelines, the requirement is for all turbines to be facing toward the viewer to give the impression of a worst case scenario.
Then if we turn to figure 7. I was asking, okay, sorry, that's a moment. 7.25e. And there was some discussion yesterday about stacking or overlapping, and I wasn't entirely sure what position Ms. Rylett reached at the end of the day on that. But in your view, looking at the turbines on this figure, what's your view or submission in terms of stacking or overlapping as evidenced on by this wireline?
The SNH guidance is quite clear that stacking relates to the overlapping of rotor blades. Ms. Rylett suggested that it was the overlapping of the actual turbine towers itself where they become aligned, but that's not what's described in the SNH guidance. So if we look at the proposed turbines to the left of the group, so that's 2, 13 and 12, you could say that if you struck a circumference around turbine 5, that might come into play as well. But the turbines 2, 13 and 12 clearly overlap and can be described as stacking turbines.
Thank you. Now, I think there's an agreement that Clashindarroch 2 would appear as an extension of Clashindarroch 1 from this viewpoint. Is that something you would agree with? And do you have any comment about the extent of the gaps between the various groups of turbines as shown in this figure?
Yes, I think the wireline is particularly illustrative in terms of, we look at the proposed development, we have a group with 3 turbines on the right. We then have a central group. We then have a group of 4 turbines on the left of that group. We then have a gap again, which is of equivalence to the 2 gaps within the body of Clashindarroch 2 before we get the first type turbines of Clashindarroch 1. I would also point out that there was some discussion yesterday about the Clashindarroch 2 turbines being positioned at lower levels within the topographical bowl, if you want to describe it that way, which one can see from here with the backdrop and the lip of the ridge along that forms the horizon line. Well, it's also clear that the existing Clashindarroch 1 turbines sit within and up to the edge of the same topographical feature, i.e. that area of lower lying ground that's surrounded by higher ground.
And in terms of the importance of and the views as you were to walk up Taplow North, is there anything you would like to say in that regard?
Mal, I'm sure you've undertaken this walk, and I don't want to have to describe the whole walk in its detail, but it's not a direct route up the slope, it's a tortuous route that spirals up to the top. And one actually enters the fort at the opposite end of the fort from this viewpoint. But as one enters the fort, one then walks through the fort and concludes the walk, if you like, at pretty much this point. So, in a sense, one doesn't see the turbines, particularly as one is walking up to the top of Taplow North, because it's over to the left, or it's partly screened in some views, or it's behind you in others. But when one arrives at the top, one is presented with this particular view. So although this is part of the 360-degree panoramic view, it nevertheless is an important point where one views from within the fort itself. When one returns down the path, one's constantly reminded of it, because this time one's walking toward the turbines, particularly one's walking down the flank of Taplow North itself.
And just keeping that in mind and keeping that walk in mind and turning to CD 1.4.1, if you can, for a moment. And what I want to do is go to the figure 2.4 J to L. This is showing the various iterations of the design layouts.
I have it.
And if we look at layout D and compare that with layout E, if you were walking down or looking when you go through the fort, seeing it effectively not quite for the first time, but its full impact for the first time, can you describe the differing impacts between layout D and layout E in your view?
The first thing that strikes you about layout D is how it has a consistency of approach across the or the density of turbines across its full length. There are a couple of relatively small gaps, but it's relatively consistent as wind farms go. But most importantly, none of the turbines overlap or form stacking in the terms that are clearly identified in layout E. Furthermore, whilst turbine blade tips do reach the skyline, not to the same extent as in layout E, so that your line of sight and the perceived scale of the turbines is that much greater for layout E than layout D.
And Mr. Eilert yesterday appeared to suggest that because there was some stacking and overlapping in the original or Clashindarroch 1 from this viewpoint, it was a good idea potentially, I may misquote her, but I am summarising it to, well, it's not inconsistent with that, to have the stacking and overlapping in Clashindarroch 2. What do you say to that line of thought?
Well, as was discussed yesterday, the negative effects that are identified in SNH Scott guidance is there to be followed to guide the design process, and that's been followed up to layout D. So then we decide that we need to set that guidance aside and then come up with the argument, well, because the first Clashindarroch 1 doesn't fully comply with that guidance, we should continue those negative effects into the proposed development. Doesn't seem to be justifiable at all.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say about viewpoint 4 before we move to viewpoint 5?
No, I think that's it. Apart from saying, of course, that viewpoint 4 is an important viewpoint because it's the view from Tapper North, and Tapper North has been identified as an important issue both for visual effects and landscape effects in terms of effects upon character, and also effects upon Tapper North as a prominent landmark within the surrounding landscape.
Thank you. If we then move to viewpoint 5, so we're back in CD 1.4.2, and we're looking at the buck. And again, you've given some views on this in your evidence, but what I want to ask you about here is two things. Firstly, the extent to which it as one or both Clashindarroch wind farms would sit in a bowl, and secondly, as to perspective.
I'm looking at figure 7.26E, which is the wireline. And when one's on the top of the buck, one can clearly see the ridge line, which is visible and perhaps more visible in the photograph that sits just below 7.26E, so F. So one can see the topography quite clearly from that particular viewpoint. One can see that the existing Clashindarroch turbines run up to the lip of that topographical bowl that we were talking about, but then they sweep down into the bowl itself. And it's quite clear from this view that the Clashindarroch 2 turbines continue that flow of turbines down into the bowl and down lower below the foreground lip of the bowl. But perhaps most importantly, if we zoom in to the wireline, the contrast between the scale of juxtaposed turbines is very stark. If we look at turbines 3, 13 and 8, we have a much smaller turbine to the right of that and two much smaller turbines to their left. And then we have another large turbine, which is turbine 12, which is Clashindarroch 2. Now, the point about perspective is understandably, one would expect the larger turbines to be in the foreground and the smaller turbines to be in the background, because that's how perspective works. But that's not what we've got in this instance. So what that does is exaggerates the sense of scale of the turbines beyond, because it's counterintuitive in terms of the size and scale of those turbines in the clear association with the existing turbines, which are clearly much smaller where they're juxtaposed.
Thank you. If there's nothing else you want to say about viewpoint 5, can we go to viewpoint 6, please? And first of all, I think in terms of viewpoint 6, I want to ask you, Ms. Riley considered that they wouldn't, Clashindarroch 2 would not appear as an extension of Clashindarroch 1. What do you have to say about that? And again, do you have anything to say about it, the extent to which they?
Yes, when you don't have scale indicators, the perspective suggests that the existing Clashindarroch, or logic would suggest that the Clashindarroch 1 turbines are further away than they actually are in reality, because in reverse of the view from the back, you've got much larger turbines in the foreground, which bring them forward intuitively. The much smaller turbines behind are smaller, and intuitively that takes them away. But again, it's clear from the wireline that all of the turbines are within, apart from the very furthest, which sit on the very edge, are within the same topographical bowl. So you don't have a ridge line sitting between them that clearly separate them. But what they are is within the same part of the landscape.
Just so we're all looking at the same figure, are you looking at figure 7.27E?
Correct. But the issue here also is that you get overlapping turbines, because each of the proposed turbines has a corresponding turbine which it overlaps with, and that stacking is compounded by the turbines within the existing Clashindarroch wind farm beyond. So you have overlapping turbines, and then you have further stacking with turbines that are in the existing landscape beyond, which adds to a level of visual confusion.
Anything else you'd like to add to your evidence on viewpoint 6?
No.
Thank you. If we then pick up CD 1.4.3 and look at viewpoint 12.
I have it.
And is there, first of all, in terms of the, perhaps is the best wireline figure 7.33C, with, if there's another figure or photo montage that you'd like to draw our attention to before we...
No, that's fine. 7.33C would be appropriate.
And just to identify it's Clashindarroch 1 sits to the immediately to the right, and then Dornell further to the, sorry, further to the left, and then Dornell further to the left.
Indeed.
But other turbines in the Dornell direction as well.
It's in the foreground, yeah. That's
Again,
wind, certainly.
what would you like to say, if anything, further about this viewpoint?
Again, this is a promoted viewpoint. There's a bay by the side of the road. There's a bench there as well. And it's clearly an elevated position that has a commanding view across the landscape. And the Tapper North is a prominent feature within that landscape. As things stand currently, the more prominent Clashindarroch turbines are the group to the left of that particular view. If one moves to the right, there's 2 or 3 blade tips that can be seen, and then a couple of turbines in isolation in that particular view. And then you have a gap to Tapper North itself. We can debate about whether the existing turbines have an adverse effect on that, but at least they're not juxtaposed with the Tapper North. However, proposed turbines, as previously discussed, there's a degree of overlapping there. There's not a consistent image. And they run right up to, and they're the most right-hand 2 turbines where you can see the majority of the turbines sits just beyond the flank of the turbine, flank of the Tapper North. And then there are 2 blade tips which would be seen flicking across the flank of the Tapper North at that point. And therefore, there's no, one might debate Clashindarroch 1, but there's no debate that Clashindarroch 2 would be an adverse effect on that as a prominent feature of the landscape.
And you may recall earlier this morning a question in re-examination by Mr. Trinick about the importance of Tapper North. In terms of its importance, taking into account the approach of the first reporter in the original Clashindarroch inquiry report, the Clashindarroch 1 environmental assessment, and indeed the Clashindarroch 2 environmental assessment. What's your view of the importance the reporter should place on Tapper North?
Well, I think it's of high importance, and it's worth noting that the gap between the existing Clashindarroch 1 turbines and Tapper North would previously have been filled with the original Clashindarroch wind farm turbines, and it was that group there that were taken out as part of the mitigation to secure consent for Clashindarroch 2.
So do you mean, I'm going to hazard a correction there, do you mean consent for Clashindarroch 1?
So Clashindarroch 1, sorry, yes.
And leaving that open at the moment and doing the same exercise as we did with viewpoint 4, can I ask you to turn to CD 1.4.1 and look at the optimization figures, which start for viewpoint 12 at figure 2.4V and go on to 2.4Y. And ask you to compare and contrast layout D on 2.4X with layout E on 2.4Y, and give your views on the extent to which one or other has greater impact on Tapper North.
So I've lost my orientation a bit here. I've got CD 1.4.1. Which volume am I going to?
Figure 2.4X and CD 1.4.1. Sorry, figure 2.4X.
Right. Okay.
And then if the comparison is with the figure on the following page, 2.4Y.
Right, I have the figures for viewpoint 12.
Yes, so the question I asked you was the comparative impact on Tapper North as a landmark hill.
Right, if we look at layout D, we can see that there's a more consistent image for the turbines, so that's preferable to layout E, where there's a less consistent image for the turbines and a greater instance of overlapping. More importantly, for layout D, there is one turbine blade tip that runs up to on the flank of the hill, where what would appear to be the case is in layout D that the turbines have moved closer to, so therefore you have two turbines that are with tips visible over the flank and two turbines that are sitting on the flank of the hill, or it would appear to be the case. So layout D still has the issues in terms of proximity to Tapper North and a distraction from it as a visually prominent landscape feature. And those issues are compounded by layout E because the turbines are closer to the flank of Tapper North and overtip it in terms of two turbines at least, as opposed to one in the previous configuration. So the adverse effects and the negative effects are greater in the final layout E than in the previous layout D. Also, the turbines are clearly larger as well, and that diminishes the contrast in scale with the height of Tapper North.
Thank you. If we put CD 1.4.1 away, I think it's the last time needed. Just in effect, keeping open, or my mind's eye open, viewpoint 12, figure 7.33C, but turn up CD 520, which is the wire lines for the site visit, and go to the wire line figure 6, which is from Mar Lodge. And if you recall yesterday, I asked Ms. Riley about this, and we agreed that this would be a good test for testing the distinction between your evidence and her evidence as to the impact from the properties in this, I think it's southeast of Rhynie area. Looking at figure 6, obviously it's a different scale, not to the SNH standards that figure 733C is. But first of all, have you been to Mar Lodge?
Yes, I have. I drove to it along the access track.
And secondly, I think Ms. Rylett's suggestion yesterday was that from viewpoint 12, you're looking down more on the turbines than you would do from Mar Lodge, which to some extent will be true as you're higher. But what's your view as to the materiality of any difference between the views from Mar Lodge and from viewpoint 12?
Well, the point is that viewpoint 12 is set at a higher level or elevation. However, Mar Lodge is closer. So there's a sort of the two factors cancel each other out. But perhaps most importantly, if you compare the two, you'll see that the same 11 turbines are visible in the view. And whilst you wouldn't expect it, perversely, the view from Mar Lodge shows perhaps more of the tips protruding above the viewpoint 12. So essentially, to all intents and purposes, the effects are the same. It's worth saying that from Mar Lodge, if one don't have the benefit of a photograph, but from the front of the house, it's orientated towards the Hillernoth, which is the ridge of land that lies to the right of the view there. But the right-hand part of the view, you can't see the edge of the Hillernoth because there's a bank of forestry at that point. Equally, it's worth pointing out you can't see the existing wheel mount turbines from this particular view, which is highlighted as an issue in some of the evidence. But also there's a bank of forestry on your left, which is situated to perhaps just to the left-hand extent of the Clashindarroch extension. So your view is very much channeled toward the Tapper North, and Tapper North is quite clearly the main focus of that view.
If we can move away then, unless you've got anything to add on that subject, to two short questions on landscape effects. First of all, looking at the coast landscape area, and I think I would like to take you to CD 122, figure 7.3. So that's the SI figures. That's CD 1.22, figure 7.3, which gives site location with topography within 10 kilometres. And by use of this or any other figure that you would, what do you say about the extent of significant effects from Clashindarroch 2 and whether or not they're limited to 1 to 2 kilometres, as Ms. Rylett would have it?
I think the first thing to point out in this one is that the dark line is the local authority boundary. So Aberdeenshire Council's interest relates very much to the right hand of that particular line. It's also worth noting that the Clashindarroch 1 turbines sit within a curved section of that line, so that two boundaries, if you like, are hard up against the Moray council boundary, and therefore the effects to the left of that line relate to the LCT within the Moray area rather than the host LCT, which is in the Aberdeenshire council area. So really, in terms of the host, we're looking at host LCT, we're looking at the south, east, and north east edges of the existing Clashindarroch 1. And if you recall, there was a suggestion that, or there was an acknowledgement that the Clashindarroch 1 assessment found that effects would extend for 3 kilometres in those directions. And there was a great claim made about the turbine sitting on top of the ridge line there, but those effects that were talked about would be to the left of that view, to the west of that line, whereas the context of that conversation was about the host LCT, which lies to the right of that line. And that 3 kilometres includes a proportion of the Clashindarroch 2 site. Now, clearly, Clashindarroch 2 is going to extend those effects, and if we take even if we assumed that the effects remained at 3 kilometres, we could strike a boundary line that extended 3 kilometres, which sits halfway between the 2 and the 4K kilometre boundary there. But my point is that the effects of 110 metre high turbines at Clashindarroch 1 are likely to extend over a smaller area than the proposed turbines at 180 metres. Proportionately, the effects are going to extend further. I argue that they extend further and up to areas including the Tapper North and those northerly flanks of Tapper North and the Hiller North, which runs to the right of that. Now, it's not unreasonable to expect landscape effects for turbines of this size to extend up to those distances. And various locations, sort of various other schemes in the locality. Doranel was mentioned yesterday, where effects were identified up to 10 kilometres for smaller turbines that are smaller than these that are proposed here, and 5 kilometres in other directions. So I think it's entirely reasonable to expect significant landscape effects to extend up to at least the Tapper North and the Hiller North in this particular location. That topographical drawing, as an aside, there was discussion about the bowl, if you like, and it shows there that the existing Clashindarroch 1 turbines sit at the bottom left-hand edge of that bowl, if you like, and the Clashindarroch 2 ones sit more centrally within the bowl. James, I can't hear you if you're asking a question.
I managed to mute myself, which doesn't help when trying to ask you a question. If you use CD 1.4.1 and figure 1.3, you remember there was considerable discussion about the landscape impact within the area in which viewpoint 1 sits. And
Sorry, which figure are we looking at?
1.3, it's a site aerial photograph.
Oh, I have it, yes.
And indeed, Ms. Rylett returned to that this morning. First of all, just to make it clear, is your assessment or approach to simply concentrate on one viewpoint within a landscape area and use that as a proxy for the impact on that area?
No, but the viewpoint 1 is, we have to remember that viewpoints are representative and they're selected to be representative of wider effects. So it is reasonable to use viewpoint 1. But there are also wire lines associated with the residential visual immunity assessment, which are located in different positions as well. But equally, we have this aerial photograph, and if we see the red line boundary of the site, the area to the right of that, we can see the landscape changes, and there are considerably less forestry within that tongue of the adjacent LCT in and around Tiller Throwing. And it is reasonable to expect, in addition to the fact that I've driven up to some of the properties within this area along their farm tracks, I have an understanding of what effects might be that goes beyond the public road at this point. But one can see from that the incidence of extensive forestry is much lower. There are much more open landscape with pasture and arable fields. So therefore, visibility is likely to be greater, and certainly greater than within the forested areas.
Thank you. Now, is there anything else you want to say about landscape character impact?
No, not in the section.
So the last matter to cover with you is the issue of micrositing. And if you turn to CD 1.3 and to a paragraph that Mr. Trinick drew attention to this morning, quite properly, paragraph 780 in the landscape and visual chapter.
Sorry, what was the CD number?
I think it's 1.3. It's the written text for the.
Yes. And which chapter?
It's chapter 7, and it's paragraph 7.80. I just want to pick it up about 4 lines down. It says a key consideration throughout this LVIA has been the potential effects of the proposed development on the Devon Valley to the west of the site. Viewpoints 2 and 3 are representative of the views of the parts of the Devon Valley to the northwest of the site. These viewpoints show either no or very limited visibility of the proposed turbines. Without turning back to the siting and design chapter, what approach has been taken in terms of siting and design to avoid impacts on the Devon Valley?
Well, what's clearly what the iterative design illustrations show is that the intent has been to take the turbine tips at or below the horizon line when viewed from key viewpoints within the Devon Valley, as this was highlighted as a key issue in terms of the refusal of the original Clashindarroch wind farm. So therefore the intent has been to keep them below that skyline.
And then it goes on to say review of these viewpoints in relation to potential movement of turbines within the micrositing tolerance indicates there may be some additional turbine visibility. Does that coincide with your understanding of the position?
Yes, and I think turbine 3 was highlighted yesterday as a particular instance, but we don't know how the other turbines sit and whether they are in fact just below the horizons, therefore not registering on the wire lines. So we don't know the situation, but that acknowledges that there may be some additional turbine visibility, which would seem to cut against the aspiration to keep the turbines below the skyline.
And then it goes on to say this is unlikely to change the overall finding of the assessment, which presumably is an indication that it's unlikely to give rise to a further significant impact. What would you say, insofar as you can do, about the impact of further or additional turbine visibility from the Devon Valley, which would appear to be simply flicking blades? Is that?
Yes, I don't think you would argue that that's a significant effect, but that's not the point. The point here is that there was a design intent to keep those blades below the skyline and therefore not affect the Devon Valley and have that as a unaffected by the proposed development.
Yes, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add on that or any other matter, Mr. Steele?
No, thank you. That's fine.
I have no doubt Mr. Trinick will have some questions for you.
Ma'am, do you want me to start now?
Yes, sorry, I was watching you and I was thinking you weren't quite ready. I was waiting for you to signal, but if you're ready, carry on. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Mr. Trinick. Hope you're well.
Steve, you look an awful long way away.
Yes, I can only just make myself out in my wee and yeah, sitting in the middle of a room and the screen's mounted on the wall. So
there we go. I want to start out just looking at some scope of evidence points and where I label various since they have no obvious bin to put them in. You go to your inquiry report at electronic page 11, paragraph 231. Are you on paper or are you on screen?
I'm on both.
Okay.
I've got my inquiry report pre-commission in front of me because that just makes a very good reference.
In 231, and we're dealing with the question of extension. Is it an extension? Isn't it an extension? You record in 231 what the EIAR says. We've already read that. And you go on to talk about the adjacency of Clashindarroch 1 and Clashindarroch 2, and you conclude in the last paragraph of 231 that therefore Clashindarroch 2 is in landscape and visual terms an extension to Clashindarroch 1 that should have been assessed as such. You've heard what Rebecca Ryder had to say about project design. That wasn't designed by her, wasn't designed as an extension. Whether or not that's the case, I think we can agree that what is an extension is what appears as an extension to the eye. If it looks like an extension, we can treat it as an extension for assessment purposes. In other words, I'm not sure there's a lot between us.
Yeah, I think there was discussion about, in some viewpoints, the optics are that it appears as an extension. For instance, from Clashindarroch, it's quite clearly an extension in that view. I think the point is here, though, is that as well as being assessed as an extension, the Clashindarroch 2 should have been designed as one, because there are instances where it is read as an extension, and therefore should have been designed and assessed as such. Now, there are other locations where intuitively, because of the disparity in scale and there being a gap in between, one might initially read it as being separate from Clashindarroch 1. The topographical context clearly suggests that they're within the same area and therefore likely to be in close proximity.
Sorry, your microphone, Mr. Trinick, we've lost that last bit of your question.
Well, itself. I'll try not to let that happen again. Sorry about that. Well, we don't have the designer with us, and we can't take that should have been designed as an extension point any further. But I think from your evidence, clearly you are treating Clashindarroch 2 as an extension to Clashindarroch 1, and hence the attention you give perfectly fairly to the advice in CD 512, the Nature Scott Siting and Design Guidance, on wind farm extensions.
Yeah. On the point, the fact that the design is not here, there are clues within the AR report in that the design development drawings, for instance, only show the Clashindarroch 2 turbines. They don't show them in the context of the existing Clashindarroch 1 turbines. Now, commendably, the SI that was produced by Rebecca Ryder does produce drawings that show it in context, and that's important information to have. But the design process that was undertaken by those who aren't present omitted to show the Clashindarroch 1 turbines in that design iteration process in the plan form.
Well, all right. I've heard what you've said. As I say, I don't have the designer here to answer your points. But nevertheless, you have in your evidence, and perfectly fairly, not criticising, you treated Clashindarroch 2 as an extension to Clashindarroch 1, and hence, indeed, some of the focus you give to Nature Scott's Siting and Design Guidance, which advises very specifically on wind farm extensions. That's right, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. If we go to CD 2.1.19, that's Nature Scott's response to the application.
I have it.
And ma'am, when you get there, it's the electronic pages are the same as the actual pages, so it's page 7, Annex 1. And there's a heading wind energy guidance. You see that, and there's a reference to the 2014 SLCA.
Yes.
And then the discussion about the reason for limited capacity on the fourth last line. And the reason I rehearse that is that the second paragraph starts the study. That means the SLCA acknowledges that nevertheless there are several operational consented developments already within the LCT. That's host LCT we're discussing here, or an adjacent Murray.
Yep.
Taking this into account, we note that Clashindarroch extends an existing scheme rather than occupying an unaffected location. It would seem Nature Scott view that as a benefit of Clashindarroch too, that it does extend an existing scheme rather than occupying, use the phrase, an unaffected location.
Yes, it's not introducing wind energy development into the host area of the LCT.
Exactly so. You will have anticipated this question, so I'll give it to you anyway. Site visits. If we look at CD 10.5, which is the comparison table, in the right column it gives your set against and columns to the left, each of others. But from viewpoint 7, or rather viewpoint 2, 3, 4, and then from viewpoint 7 on to 11, and then from 13 on to the end, number 20, not assessed as agreed in the statement of agreement. Have you visited those viewpoints that you haven't assessed?
I've visited the majority of them, yes, not the more remote ones. Others like Ben Rins, Ben Agan, I've recently visited those and had looked at Clashindarroch as part of the cumulative effects for Rothers 3, for instance, so I'm familiar with those. Leather Hills I'm familiar with from Doranel, and ones that I haven't been to, for instance, I haven't been to Oxford Craig or some of the more remote ones, but the majority of them certainly.
Well, fair enough. And in terms of the residential properties, you've been to Mar Lodge. Have you been, just so I know, to the others which you've discussed in your premonition?
Yes, I've been to the ones that I've expressed a view upon.
Okay, that's very helpful.
To clarify, what I've done is that if they're adjacent to a public road, then I've gone to the public road and up to the curtilage of the property. If, as is the case for many of the properties, they are farms or associated dwellings that are along a farm track, I've driven up the farm track up to the farm property but not entered the curtilage so that I could get a sense of what the visibility was from those properties. There were several properties that I wasn't able to gain access to because the tracks were frankly impassable because of the weather conditions that we had over the preceding week. But the key ones that I made comments on that I've visited, yes.
Thank you for that. I want to discuss some aspects of the planning history of this area, but just as an initial question, have you yourself designed the wind farm for a developer?
No, but I have done feasibility studies.
Sorry, I missed the second part of the answer.
No, but I have undertaken feasibility studies.
All right. You have been through the process, starting with scoping layouts, leading to design chill, leading to design freeze, leading to the final layout with a developer.
No.
Thank you. In paragraph 2.1 of your inquiry report of EP's electronic page 7, you discussed the original Clashindarroch wind farm application 18 years ago, and you discussed the factors of paragraph 2.15, which the reporter isolated as find the proposal would have a more specific and less acceptable landscape impact on certain distinct distinct landmark features within that landscape, for example, and you give attention to those.
Yes.
In paragraph 2.2, starting on electronic page 9, you discuss the operational Clashindarroch wind farm and its emergence through the EIA process to, I think in that case, section 36 consent without an inquiry.
Correct.
And I'm sure you'd agree, sorry for such a trite question, but that landscape and visual effects are but one factor alongside policy, the need case, other environmental factors in planning decisions.
That's correct. Yes.
And while it's not a matter for you, I'm sure your general knowledge of planning over many years will tell you that matters of policy and the need case may change from time to time.
Correct, indeed.
Let's go to electronic page 10, if you would. At paragraph 225, the second paragraph of that, i.e. not in italics and therefore you speaking rather than quoting somebody else, with effects, while effects from backside, VP2 remain not significant, views from VP1 and VP6 would return to being significant, thereby compromising the mitigation required to secure consent for Clashindarroch 1. Are you saying that Clashindarroch 1 would not have received consent without that mitigation?
I think a better way of phrasing that in retrospect, because it wasn't a specific requirement as set out, it would be contributed to securing consent for Clashindarroch 1.
I accept that. Thank you for that. So that makes it clearer, because we can't say, can we, at this distance, or perhaps even at the time, unless you were one of the members of the committee or the ministers, what would have been required in order to secure a consent? We just don't know, do we?
Yeah, I apologise for the poor choice of word.
That's all right. And more generally, in terms of the planning history, well, things move on. And I'm just wondering why you give the attention you do to the 2003 and 2009 applications. How do you feel the reporter will benefit from this historical exploration?
I think it is a self-evident starting point for the design process of what I describe as an extension to Clashindarroch 1, is to have an understanding of the issues that led to the refusal of the first application and whether those issues were addressed by Clashindarroch 1 in terms of its consent. And if so, how those issues carry over to the design of Clashindarroch 2. It strikes me as being, if I was approaching this, I would approach it at an obvious starting point, and Clashindarroch 1 is clearly that obvious starting point.
Very well. But one of the difficulties with that, I suggest, is that while Clashindarroch 1 was designed memory against the background of it was in a clear green field. There was no other wind energy development around it. Clashindarroch 2, whether or not designed as an extension, has had to have regard to the cumulative baseline of Clashindarroch 1, Doranel, and maybe two other developments, but basically those two. That's a basic difference in terms of the approach to Clashindarroch 2 as compared with Clashindarroch 1.
Yes, Clashindarroch 1, as we've suggested, introduced wind farm development into that particular area. For Clashindarroch 2, Clashindarroch 1 sits within the baseline, and as it sits within the baseline and the proposed development is juxtaposed with it, one should be mindful of the design issues that were addressed and the mitigation that was undertaken to secure that consent for Clashindarroch 1, because clearly it would be inappropriate to undermine the mitigation measures that were adopted for Clashindarroch 1 with the proposed development.
Well, you say that, but you also agree that we don't know those mitigation measures were required to make Clashindarroch 1 acceptable. You substituted the word contributed to. We can't answer the question of whether or not they were essential. If the answer was we could and they were, then my approach might be different, but we can't, can we?
Okay, but nevertheless, they are issues to be addressed. They are problems. Yeah.
I'll take that answer. But in case the reporter fundamentally disagrees with me in terms of the relevance of the history, I guess I better tackle what you say on electronic page 8, the bullet points to some extent. On the top of the next page, you tell us the second bullet point is particularly relevant, Clashindarroch 1. The fourth and fifth are relevant, particularly relevant Clashindarroch 2, and all bullet points may be relevant Clashindarroch 3. Just on Clashindarroch 3, I'm sure we can agree easily that you're not asking the reporter to give any particular weight to that scoping stage project at this inquiry.
Indeed, it could be described as a distraction because it is a scoping stage, it's not a firm proposals.
That's okay. Looking at those bullet points, so let's focus on 4 and 5, so far as Clashindarroch 2 is concerned. I'm not going to argue about bullet point 4. It's relevant, and Clashindarroch 2 appears as it does in relation to those hills, and the reporter will make up her mind. In terms of viewpoint 5, you see the wind farm will be seen over the top of and flanking Tapper North and Hell North, as well as in front of Ben Rins from Oxton Craig. And you refer to viewpoint 19. This isn't a cheat point, don't worry, it's going further, but I think you mean viewpoint 17, don't you?
It was viewpoint 19 in that original document. It's now viewpoint 17.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I got it. But now it's viewpoint 17. We might, for so far as Clashindarroch 2 is concerned, I see what you've done. Can we may not need to go there, but let's see, can we agree that the distance from Clashindarroch to 24 kilometres?
Sorry, viewpoint 17.
Yeah, perhaps we ought to go.
Yes, it's a long distance, yeah.
Yeah, let's go there anyway. So this is in CD 142 of volume 3C. That's figure 738. (738A) will do for my purposes.
It may be 1.4.3, but
Oh, probably. Yeah, my apologies. That's when you're right. It is. Yep. Thank you.
I had it.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you there, Mr. Steele?
I am, yes.
Thanks very much. So we can see the distance is 24 kilometres or thereabouts. I think it's not a viewpoint which has been assessed by you being one of the long distance ones.
Indeed.
But and you haven't been there, I think you told us, to Oxton Craig.
No, I haven't.
I just wonder how relevant this viewpoint really is to Clashindarroch 2. I mean, you raise it, but 24 kilometres, you haven't visited it. Even in relation to Tapper North, I think it's at the margins, isn't it?
No, because the issue here isn't one of the significance of visual effects at this distance. The issue here is if you're able to zoom in on your screen for the bottom of 7.38A might be the best one. Yeah, 7.38A. If you can zoom in on the wire line in the vicinity of proposed development, what we can see there is.
I'm getting there. Hang on just a minute. I'm zooming.
Yeah, I'll let you work.
More things. Yeah, I'm with you. Carry on.
Right, okay. Zooming right in, we can see that the Clashindarroch 1 turbines are broadly speaking to the left of Tapper North. Okay.
Yep.
And if the original Clashindarroch proposal had gone ahead, then those turbines would have extended behind and then beyond the Hill of Noth, which is the ridge that sits to the right of Tapper Noth. Okay, and that was identified as an issue in the original inquiry report for the original application.
Yeah.
And as part of the design process for Clashindarroch 1, those turbines that sat on that skyline were removed, which basically took that problem away from Clashindarroch 1. Now, what we see,
beyond 20 kilometres.
sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, there's someone else speaking. My apologies. Carry on.
Okay, but what we can see here is that Clashindarroch 2 reintroduces turbines sitting on the skyline beyond the Hill of Noth. So we then have turbines both to the left and right of Tapper Noth at this point. Furthermore,
Sorry, carry on. I interrupted you.
sorry. Furthermore, all of those turbines, to a greater or lesser degree, that are visible breach the skyline. And then if we pan up to the photograph above it, we can see the importance of the Tapper Noth as a prominent landscape feature within that view. I think if you were standing there, you would say that certainly if you knew the area, and when I climb in those areas, Tapper Noth is a very distinctive hill which allows you to orientate where you are, and I'm sure people would do that from here. And the Hill of Noth to its right is a prominent skyline as well, and you would have turbines sitting on that. And I think clearly there would be adverse effects on that, on Tapper Noth, because of the proximity of the turbines, but also because you'd have visibility of turbines both to the left and right of the hill itself. And they would be prominent because they'd be breaching the skyline at that point.
Well, they will be if you zoom in. Of course they will. I can zoom in to an infinite extent and become bigger and bigger. But as the human eye will perceive things from 24 kilometres, I must dispute what you say and suggest you're wrong at that distance. And this is why we don't do photomontages at that distance, because the turbines are actually quite difficult to see. That's my suggestion. But the effects would be minimal and certainly of no importance in relation to Tapper Noth.
I disagree with that completely. I wish you'd been with me when I went up the Buck. The Met Office forecast was for exceptional visibility, and indeed it was. The clarity was crystal clear, and you could see in all directions over very long distances, and you could see wind farms at distances exceeding this particular distance. And on a clear day, and frankly, I would imagine on this day, well, certainly you can, even taking account of the lack of acuity that photomontages have, because we have to remember that these are just representations. They're not how you would see it on site. You can still see quite clearly the Clashindarroch 1 turbines. So I think it's entirely reasonable that you would see the Clashindarroch 2 turbines, and that they would have an adverse effect. Now, in of themselves, that effect isn't significant, but it would still have an effect on the Tapper Noth as a prominent landscape feature within the landscape at that position. And so I think that comment that was made within the original refusal of the Clashindarroch original application still remains relevant. It's a reintroduction of that adverse effect.
Okay, well, we'll have to, on this occasion, quite strongly disagree on that point to record that for the reporter. By the way, you didn't invite me on your site visit. If you invited me, I might have gone.
Another time, Marcus, another time.
Another time. Let's move away from history into this application. Go to your inquiry report at 238. So electronic page 14. a short one. It's about Falago Rig at 238. You talk about that report.
Sorry, which
Your inquiry report at 238, electronic page 14, actually.
So I thought you meant CD 238.
No, my apologies.
Falago Rig. Here we go.
Indeed. I can't remember, were you at that inquiry?
I was at both, all three of them.
No, so before. But you know, therefore, that unlike Clashindarroch 2, Falago Rig has no forestry.
Correct.
Open upland. And we also know, and I think you know, that Falago Rig was indeed designed as an extension. Falago Rig 2 was designed as an extension to Falago Rig 1, whatever difference that makes.
That's correct.
I just wonder how you feel this helps you, because if the comparisons that you seek to draw is that it's the quotation in 238, let's just get it clear. By itself, the landscape and visual effects of the existing wind farm have been found acceptable at time of its approval. How those arising from additional turbines I propose would be significantly detrimental combined with the existing wind farm and would not be consistent with many of the objectives and principles, etc., etc. And higher up, and I want to draw attention to this, the 12 additional turbines, due to their height, elevation, and siting in relation to the topographical pole, would magnify, intensify, and extend the effects of the wind farm. I mean, I'm sure you'll find it surprising to hear that Rebecca Ryan would agree that Clashindarroch 2 will magnify, intensify, and extend the effects of Clashindarroch 1. I'm not sure where that takes you in terms of making findings about Clashindarroch 2. That's an inevitability, isn't it?
Well, interestingly, the key point was that was in your etc. at the end there. So that if we go second to last sentence and the last part of that, and it says, and would not be consistent with many of the objectives and principles on which the existing wind farm's design was based. And really, that's the key point. It relates to essentially what Falago Rig 2 sought to do was to reintroduce effects that had been addressed as part of the mitigation of Falago 1. And what we're arguing here is that some of those adverse effects that were identified for the original application were addressed as part of the Clashindarroch 1 application and now being reintroduced. And we were just talking about the view from Oxon Craig there, where those effects are effectively reintroducing effects that would contrary to the objectives and principles adopted for the design of Clashindarroch 1.
Yes, I know you want to focus on the design principles for Clashindarroch 1, and we don't, you say, accord with them. But can I focus you on the words magnify, intensify, and extend the effects? Any extension of the scale proposed at Clashindarroch 2 is, so we have it on the record for the reporter, going to magnify, intensify, and extend the effects of the existing wind farm. That's inevitable.
That's inevitable, yes.
Thank you. Let's turn to look at the position of Nature Scott. And actually, we turn to your report for this at electronic page 19, paragraph 3, page 18, or 19, paragraph 327. Regarding the potential for mitigation, the Nature Scott consultation response identifies options including reducing the size of some or all of the turbines below 150 to reduce effects of Tapanoth and remove the need for aviation warning lights. Well, with regard to the lighting, that's no longer an issue. We don't really know from that how much of the point that Nature Scott was making was about aviation warning lights and how much about Tapanoth, do we? You can't read further into that.
Well, I think the next sentence says this in turn will reduce the pronounced scale disparity between existing and proposed developments. So
Yes.
I think the scale disparity is related to the height of the turbines, is it not?
I don't know. I'm reading what Nature Scots say, and I'm not sure if they're talking about the fact of the aviation lights, which you might see at dusk at the same time as seeing Clashindarroch 1, or if they're simply talking about tapping off. We don't know, do we?
Well, I think what the point they're making there is if you reduce them to below 150 metres, then that would reduce the pronounced scale disparity, but it's implicit that it would also negate the need for aviation lighting, would it not?
Okay.
I think that's my reading of what they're saying.
Okay, leave it there. We'll disagree on that. That's fine. Turn to electronic page 20, please, in your inquiry report, the paragraph 331, where Peter Fraser is quoted from his report of handling, or was it, no, CD26, whatever it was, anyway, it's a consultation response.
Yes.
He says, with any SNH consultation on this application with regard to landscape and visual effects, in principle, their advice takes precedence over this consultation with regards to landscape and visual issues. Then you say, therefore, the consultation response is of particular relevance. I'm just intrigued to know whether you agree with what Mr. Fraser says, that the Nature Scott advice effectively takes precedence over a view from the council.
Well, he's obviously read their position and didn't want to contradict them, and has basically taken their position as by preference.
That's not what he says. It says, in principle, with any SNH consultation on this application, in principle, their advice takes precedence over the view from the council. Would you associate yourself with that view?
Well, that's his position.
Would you associate yourself with that view?
In this instance, not in its entirety, because there are aspects of the SNH consultation with which I disagree.
Don't think I could be able to push you further on that. Turn to the SLCA, please, now. This is at electronic page 30 of your report, at paragraph 4.1. And I'm just reversing that. This is where you start to address the study. And over the page, you do in 4.12 as well. But then you say the last paragraph of 4.12, therefore the status of the SLCA and the spatial framework are addressed in the planning evidence, perfectly fair. If we just go to the report of handling, if you wouldn't mind, which is CD 114. Excuse me, I'll get to that electronically.
I have it.
Yeah, right page numbers up. It'll be electronic page 23 to get to paragraph 626.
I have 626.
So I'm still fighting with my screen. Their attention is drawn to policy C2, which is a renewables policy. But further down, more detailed guidance you see about line 6, 7 is set out.
Detailed guidance.
Sorry?
Yes, more detailed guidance. The strategic and capacity system.
Sorry, your voice is not clear then.
Sorry, Mark, you're breaking up.
That's me breaking up, not you. My apologies. Okay. Can you hear me clearly now?
I think Ms. Finley's microphone is on, and I think that's creating an extra feedback. that better now?
Can you hear me, Steele?
That's better, yes.
Okay, thanks. We were at paragraph 626, and you've got that in front of you.
I have, yes.
And there the planning officer he notes, as you started to say, more detailed guidance is set out in the SLCA material consideration, and he says what that document does. And I don't need to read it, but for the reporter's benefit, though, goes on in 627 and 628. And then 6310, which is electronic page 27. The SLCA is a key tool for the planning service. You can read the rest for yourself, and so can the reporter. I've taken what I need from it. And then if we finally go on to paragraph 6351, which is electronic page 38, there's a further and final reference to the SLCA. It seems to me the planning office does attach a little importance to the SLCA, and indeed it appears as part of the resolved reason for objection 1, doesn't it?
Just check out objection 1 says.
That's page 20, electronic page 28 of your inquiry report. RFO1A.
Yes, it does, yes.
It does. But if we go to your recognition, paragraph 412, which is at electronic page 2, the MSC inquiry report refers to the SLCA where appropriate, but does not rely on its findings for the detailed assessment of landscape effects. Furthermore, the MSC inquiry report refers to current guidance that postdates the SLCA. It seems to me that regardless of the reason for objection and what the planning officer says, you are explicitly distancing yourself from the SLCA and giving evidence. You're placing no reliance on it at all.
No, that's not what it says. I say where appropriate, and the point is there that it relates to, for instance, the post-LCT is just one of 7 areas of that particular LCT that the SLCA addresses collectively. So and they're spread over a geographical area, so that the points made in the SLCA relate to a wider area. The points I make relate to the specific area of the SLCT which is hosting this proposed development.
Well, you know, looking at your inquiry report and having noted paragraph 412 of your recognition, I don't think you can take me to a single paragraph of your own evidence as opposed to the rehearsal in italics of what other people say, where you seek to place any reliance at all on the SLCA. If I'm wrong, take me there.
Yes, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's probably easier to open it on here. So I'm just having to do a bit of a word search to find the specific.
Yes, of course.
I need. Right, if we go to paragraph 6.1.8,
I missed that. Mr. Paragraph what?
6.1.8.
Yes, which page?
It's electronic page 52.
Right.
What I say there is the SLCA Appendix 7 assessment of landscape sensitivity of LCT22, so on, equates to an assessment of landscape susceptibility with similar criteria to SI as it includes a separate assessment of landscape volume. However, the SLCA assessment relates to 7 areas of LCT22, including the host area. Nevertheless, there are some points that are relevant to the host LCT. So I don't take the SLCA's criteria in their totality. I only address those that are relevant to the host LCT.
Yes, well, I see what you've done, but I'm thinking of the advice in the LCT that there is no capacity for development in this area for any turbines of more than 15 metres high. You don't seem to rely on the advice that comes out of the landscape character appraisal at all, do you?
I don't refer to that, no.
You rely wholly on your own evidence. You do not rely on the SLCA's conclusions in terms of the capacity for development in this area. I just want to get that quite clear. Am I right?
Yes, because that's a strategic study. I'm interested in the detailed assessment of the specific host LCT.
You see why I'm asking the question? It's in the RFO as of apparent importance. Often there's inquiries, and you've been at them and I've been at them. We have a lengthy debates about these landscape character, landscape capacity assessments. And yet it seems perfectly clear, and you confirm there's no need for such a debate here, because you don't rely on the conclusions of that LCA, do you?
In my evidence, I don't.
No, thank you. And when you refer in paragraph 412 of your recognition to being overtaken by current guidance, I can't remember the exact phrase. Let's find it. The report refers to current guidance, the post states. Is that the Nature Scott siting and design guidance?
Yes, it's basically some guidance that post states the preparation of the SLCA.
That's the one you're referring to?
Yes.
That's PD 512.
Just a minute, so that we're not talking.
Can I just double check which reference in the report you're into? It's current guidance. I missed the.
No, that's fine. I took Mr. Steele to paragraph 412 of his precognition.
Or his precognition, right? Okay.
And I apologise if I didn't make that clear, but 412 of his precognition.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and I can confirm that. The current guidance includes siting and designing wind farms and landscape.
Now we're going to break at some stage for lunch. We're changing topic. I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break now if that's possible.
Yes, I was thinking there was a point. What's your sort of projection in terms of a 1 o'clock lunch? Is that sort of the end of your evidence, do you think, or your questioning, I should say?
Well, I'm going to be as quick as I can, but I don't think 1 o'clock is on. I would say if we didn't have a break, we'd be over by 1:30, 1:45. So if we.
I think we'd better take a break, give the witness a bit of a break. Take 5. Well, let's see. It's just coming up for quarter past. Sorry. Yeah, just 10 minutes and start again at 12. Right, that's everybody back, ready to go. And back to you, Mr. Trent.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele, we are going to go now to CD 512.
Have you finished with the committee report?
Sorry?
Have we finished with the committee report? Which was
Yes, we have. We'll put that away.
So you want to go to, sorry, 512?
That's it. Yeah, sighting and design.
Have it?
Let me know when you're ready.
I am.
Thanks. And if you go to electronic page 3, it is electronic page 3. We've got paragraph 1. This guidance provides advice citing and design of Queensland and Scotland's landscapes, and it tells us in third sentence, the guidance draws on 2 decades of experience in planning. And in paragraph 1.8, documents should be used alongside our guidance on assessing cumulative impacts, 2012, I think that's still current, and visual representation of wind farms. I'm not sure that's current or not, but going to paragraph 1.3, this version 3, represents, or reflects rather, SPP published in 2014. References to new guidance and research are also included. However, the basic siting and design principles are the same as version 1, as these remain relevant and have been proven to be valuable in determining applications. There's acknowledgement that the guidance may need to be reviewed and updated later. But we can note paragraph 3, and you heard Rebecca Reinert yesterday saying that some aspects of the guidance have indeed not changed since 2009. If we go to section 4 of the documents, go to EP 33, electronic page 33, paragraph 416 and 417. We've all read it. I'm not going to read it out. And Rebecca Reinert confirmed that the advice given in 416 on the issues of compatibility, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotational speed, has not changed since 2009. So,
can I just correct that? The text, but I've got a copy of the original 2009 in front of me, and there were textual changes to that paragraph. There's no point in going to those. The basis stays the same, but the text has changed so that they did edit. So they did look at that paragraph and did change it.
Yeah, but the phrase extension should use turbines which are compatible with those in the existing wind farm, including aspects of scale, form, colour, and rotational speed. That's in the 2009 guidance, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Against that background, then, let's explore a few points. We know the merits of not designing it as an extension. It wasn't. Maybe read as an extension of the landscape, but we know that one of the design objectives was to achieve a, quotes, reasonable consistency with Clash 1. You can remember that.
Yes, that's true.
And whether or not we succeed is going to be forever between us, and I don't want to debate that any further.
I think we know where we stand, yes.
We know where we stand precisely. But I do want to agree some basic features about wind farm extensions. And the first is, I suggest that whichever way you cut it, whichever way you design it, there's going to be an increase in the horizontal extent of development when viewed from certain directions. Not all directions, but some directions.
That would be implicit, I guess.
I think so. But in terms of overlapping blades, let's look at what this document has to say at electronic page 13. So I started to wonder if I remembered it correctly, and I hadn't. That's paragraph 227. And this is where Nature Scott talk about types of layout. You see that?
Yes.
Regular, irregular. The reporter can read it for herself, but in 228, the document talks about regular shapes such as double line, triangle, grid, can appear appropriate within a wide open and level space where there's a regular landscape pattern, etc.
Sorry, which paragraph are you quoting from there?
228.
All right, sorry.
Sorry, I should have pointed out.
Yeah, sorry.
However, as you move through the landscape and see it from different directions, views of the grid change and reveal a variable effect, seemingly ordered along some rows and others overlapping. Well, I see the point. You stand at the end of a row, you'll see the whole lot stacked up. You look from another direction, they appear well set out, as indeed in layout D. You've drawn that to our attention. And then 229 irregular layouts can be more appropriate in landscapes of variable elevation and pattern. That's what we have here, isn't it?
Indeed.
So this is the sort of landscape where an irregular layout can be more appropriate.
Right.
However, irregular forms pose a greater challenge in terms of achieving a simple image, as the turbines will interact in varying ways with each other, as well as with the underlying landscape. This can result in negative effects, such as uneven visual densities of wind turbines, overlapping turbine rotors, often termed stacking. You're right about that. Partial screening behind the skyline and turbine outliers separate from the main group. All the things we've been discussing over the last 2 days.
Right.
But the trouble is that this is, I suggest, a vice of perfection. There are going to be design challenges with whatever layout you select, irregular or regular. There are no easy designs in a landform such as this of variable elevation and pattern. Do you agree?
Well, yes, but the point is that the iterative design process came up with a solution that addressed these negative effects here that have been identified by and large. And then, with the final layout, they're essentially reneged upon in terms of reintroducing those negative effects. And I'm thinking here of, in particular, the views that we discussed earlier. But the design process identified, resolved these problems, and then the final layout, for reasons that I'm not clear upon, chose to retrace its steps, if you like, and reintroduce those negative effects. So the point is, they demonstrated that these issues could be addressed, and then chose to step back from it.
Yeah, they wouldn't have changed to make life difficult for themselves. The height
that has been the result, Marcus, because
sorry, say again.
That's been the result because you've got a clearly
the result. But my point to you is, the developer doesn't set out to make life difficult for itself. If it was possible to achieve a layout D that it could live with on submission, then obviously that would have been an easier choice. But the turbines were raised from 149.9 meters to 180 for reasons the developer knows and which have been expressed in the environmental statement by reference to higher yield and other such matters. Those may be good reasons, they may be bad reasons, they were reasons. And the developer made that choice to elevate to 180 meters. And having got to that height, the developer is then faced with further design challenges, which it did its best to meet. That's so. Maybe it's not to your satisfaction.
But Mr. Trinick, the point is that for the 149.9 meter high turbines, they illustrate that process through to a conclusion. And that process included public consultation with other consultees. And then we suddenly leap to a single final layout, which has got taller turbines in a different configuration, which reintroduces negative effects. But we don't have that iterative process that took us from the final version of the 149.9 meter turbines through to the scheme that's before us at the inquiry. So what you're suggesting is that what they've come up with is the best that can be achieved with the size of turbines that have been proposed. But we don't have the evidence before us to demonstrate that.
No, we're not. I'm not suggesting.
It's the evidence that
Sorry,
demonstrates.
I'm interrupting you because
149.9.
I'm not interrupting you for the sake of it. There is something electronic going on, so I'm losing you a bit, and I think you finished. Has everyone else got their microphones off? I'm looking at Mr. Finley, actually.
No, I do. What happened earlier was that I put a file down on a keyboard that kept turning it off and on, but that was spotted and rectified. But I'm definitely turned off at the moment. I was going to say switched off, but that might give the wrong impression.
Thanks. So I apologise, Mr. Steele. I think I cut across you. No, it wasn't.
I think we cut across each other, to be fair. So.
Well, thank you. I think what you're saying is there is no visible process of iteration leading from layout D to layout E, the final layout. I understand the facts of that.
Yes.
But ultimately, there are difficult design choices to be made when a developer says, I can't live with that for the reasons given in the EIA. I need to go to 180 metres. That poses design challenges which are different from those for 149.9 metres, don't they?
And if they're different, they need to be demonstrated as such and resolved as such.
But the other word you used was best. Is it really, given that you've got a number of interdependent, well, they're all interdependent, local environmental considerations around the site? You've got, so far as you know the ground conditions, you have those conditions. There are hydrological issues, ecological issues, ornithological issues, a lot of other issues. Everything to some extent is going to be a compromise. If you choose the perfect, the best, to use your word, landscape and visual solution, that may well cut across other factors.
It may do, but as I said, they've demonstrated that it could be resolved as far as the 149.9 metre turbines were concerned, but apparently not for the 180. But we don't have that iterative process to demonstrate how they arrived at that final layout.
Well, what we can agree is the reporter has got what she's got in front of her and has to judge the merits. And against that background, can we also agree it's a feature? We've agreed about horizontal extent and extensions, but can we also agree it's inevitable that from many viewpoints, perhaps most viewpoints, that where you're looking at a turbine, a proposed wind farm against the background of other wind energy development, maybe one scheme, and maybe two, and maybe multiple, you are going to get overlapping, stacking, whatever blades, aren't you? It's going to happen.
You say it's inevitable, but the view from Tappan North in the iterative process shows that it isn't.
I didn't say all viewpoints. I said many or most viewpoints. You're not going to eliminate.
It will occur. The challenge is to minimise that process, but it was minimised in the iterative process, and then the final layout took a backward step and reintroduced more of those effects.
Yes, I mean, you're focusing on Tappan North, and I've heard you speak about its importance, but this wind farm was designed, as we've seen from one of the figures, from a number of viewpoints. My point is that if you look at a number of those viewpoints, perhaps most of them, and not just at Tappan North, it's inevitable that you're going to see Clash 2 turbines against the background of Clashindarroch 1 and perhaps even Dornell turbines. There are going to be overlapping blades, aren't there?
Yes, it will occur, and the design challenge is to minimise that. And as I said, that it seemed to me that the iterative process for the original 149 had gone a long way to address those issues. It's not eliminating the problem.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you again. It is something electronic. I'm not picking up every word.
Sorry, shall I just repeat what I just said, Mark?
Yes, please do, yeah.
What I was saying is that the purpose of the design exercise is to minimise those negative effects, not eliminate them necessarily.
Well, I've noted that phrase, and I'll return to what should be the objectives after we've gone through this initial exercise. Can we also, as a matter of generality, accept that, as a matter of fact, I'm not saying why, I'm not going into viability, I'm not going into anything else, but there has been a general and very substantial increase in the tip height of turbines proposed for commercial wind farms since 2009, indeed since 2014, and indeed recently. You've seen that, haven't you, in your experience?
Yes, but as Mr. Finlay pointed out, in terms of reference to various documents that have been submitted, there are a number of recent consents for smaller turbines.
Well, if you're referring to the ones I took Ms. Ryder to in re-examination, being those put to her by Mr. Finlay, we can note the application dates, can't we? These things take a long time to come through.
Indeed.
Yeah. We go to Rebecca Rylett's inquiry report, please, at electronic page 21, which is at paragraph 426. Well, I know you're familiar with, I think, all of these areas.
Sorry, what's the paragraph number?
426 on EP21. We can see that at Crystal Rig, we now have a range of blade tips of 100 to 200 meters, including the consented but not yet built Crystal Rig 4 at Aracleac, 118 to 200. Wind Standard 1, very old wind farm, 52 meters up to 177.5 for the consented Windy Standard 3. And then you've got the Hagshaw Group, 55 meters to 125 with 200 meters now consented, but still with 55 meters in place. And Paul's Hill 2, maybe less of a variation, 100 to 150. And I'm going to take you also, just to illustrate, to CD 121. That's the...
We finished with siting and designing.
No, you haven't. No, you'll need siting and designing up. You can put away Rebecca Rylett's inquiry report there.
Okay. And just to say that in your reference there at paragraph 4.26 to Hagshaw Hill, I am very familiar with that, and I do refer to it in my index. Anyway,
I do indeed.
Sorry, what was the CD you were asking?
It's in the CD 121. I want you to go to electronic page. I think I'm getting right. It'll be 19. It's the bigger of the beginning of table 7.2.
I got the wrong.
Sorry, no, electronic page 40. I apologise. I
think ironically I was already at 40.
Sorry?
I think I was already at 40 when I opened.
Sorry. Table 7.2 anyway.
Table 7.2, I have it.
Now, I'm going to ignore all the turbines which aren't in double figures and numbers, because I know that in Aberdeenshire there are a lot of farm turbines and singles, and I think we can leave those out of account. But looking at the larger projects, we can see Clashindarroch 1 at 18 turbines, 110, EO6, Doranal, 59 turbines, 126. That's quite a recent construction. E12, Hellotawi, 21 turbines at 100. Glens of Fireland, 20 turbines at 78. And going over the page, Rothus 1 and 2 at 100 and 125/110 respectively. Paulshill 1, E43 at 100, E52 Berryburn, 32 turbines at 104, E64 Hill+Kyle, 12 turbines at 100 nearly, and CO2 was the Hellotawi extension, 16 turbines at 125, and CO5 Baltimore 13 turbines at 108. Now, it's noticeable, isn't it, to compare all that, bearing in mind what Rebecca Rylett, which we just rehearsed in our inquiry report, with what is coming forward on the next page, the A and S prefixes, application and scoping. They're all 149.9 upwards, aren't they?
A05 is 130 to 176.
Yep.
Which is Clashindarroch, which you obviously should know about, Mr. Trinnick.
Short-term memory. But up to 176 in Clashindarroch, and as I've said, the rest are 149.9 or higher up to 200 metres.
They are indeed.
What I'm suggesting to you is the evidence, even within Aberdeenshire, within Table 7.2, supports the proposition that there's been a general and substantial increase in turbine heights over the years. I'm sure, well, 2009, Clashindarroch 1, since 2009, indeed in recent years. Do you agree?
Agreed, yes, but that's not exclusively so. There's some there's still, as we see here, turbines of 130, for instance, that are still in the system.
You mean Clashindarroch?
Yes, indeed.
Well, that's the only one, I think, isn't it? And that varies up to 176. Yeah.
Yes, but it is implicit that turbines at 130 were deemed available.
And we know that 180 metre turbines, I'm sure from your current experience, you would agree they are now commonly proposed, and indeed, I'm sure you're aware of several tip height proposals, 200, even over 250 metres.
Indeed. Well, I was involved in the Ross's 3 inquiry, of course.
Of course you were. That's right, remember. And I don't think you give any evidence, it's not a criticism, nor do we, that any particular height of turbine below 180 metres would be appropriate on Clashindarroch 2 in the context of the 110 metre tip height for Clashindarroch 1.
No, because we haven't done that assessment.
No, and that's not a criticism, nor are we. So again, the reporter's got what she got in front of her. Turning to your inquiry report again, please. Page 40. Paragraph 521 is a swift rehearsal of where you seem to me to commend the siting and design guidance. You start up in 521, but you quote from it in italics right down to the second half of the next page. But on that page, E41, you say then, in the opinion, my opinion, these points are largely correct. And then you expand upon some of the bullet points.
Yeah.
We then go to electronic page 45.
I have it.
You say that the SI does not address all the siting and design concerns raised in the consultation response, and I think those points do relate to Nature Scott siting and design guidance. And on the following page, 527 and 528 go into more detail about siting and design. You do, as you tell us in the context of the SLCA, turn rather to siting and design guidance and rely quite heavily on what it says, don't you?
Well, it's a standard reference for this type of work, yes.
That's a fair answer. If we go then to CD 2.1.19, 2.1.19, been there once already, it's the Nature Scott consultation response. When you get there, go to page 4, which is also electronic page 4.
I have it.
points to them. This is where NatureScout gives some detailed consideration to landscape, visual and cumulative effects of Clashindarroch 2, 3.1. There are 3 paragraphs.
Sorry, Matt. Mr. Tring, I think I've got the wrong core document. Which core document we're referring to?
It's 2.1.19. It's NatureScout's consultation response of 30 April 2020.
Sorry, I have it. Sorry, what page are we on? 4, was it?
Page 4. The head, paragraph 3, starting at 3.1.
I have it, thank you.
Thanks. NatureScout start by saying significant effects of the proposed towers have been limited in extent due to screening, etc. We've read that bit already. Second paragraph, all the potential significant landscape effects will be located within a few kilometres of the turbines. Slightly vague, but a few kilometres, mainly in the Grampian outliers, LCT, and the adjacent area, northern rolling lowlands that surround Telethroe. The visual effects will be limited due to screening. So if you're reading that as an applicant, you think, well, so far so good. They don't seem to be too concerned about the development. Then cumulative effects, they identify the main cumulative effects. Rebecca Ryder was taken to these, and I think she agreed, certainly with the first 2 of them, that yes, there will be these significant effects which NatureScout described. But then, if we go on to paragraph 3.4 on the next page, nevertheless, NatureScout recommend mitigation. But just as a general point, having read 3.1, which appears almost to commend the development in terms of its limited landscape and visual effects, are you not somewhat surprised to see NatureScout still recommending mitigation?
Well, if we return to paragraph 3.1, it's worth noting that they acknowledge that the significant landscape effects extend into the northern rolling lowlands LCT around Telethroe, which is a far wider area than is acknowledged within the applicant's evidence. So they disagree there.
Well, yes, but in terms of the overall flavour of 3.1, it's hardly critical, is it? It's not saying we have real problems. The effects would extend over a wide area, they'll be very intense. It's giving a reasonably clean bill of health in NatureScout terms to this development, I suggest, and yet they're proposing mitigation in paragraph 3.4. And I'm just puzzling as to whether you felt, how you felt those 2 sections related to each other.
You're asking me to second guess what the author of this had in mind, but as I said, I pointed out that they acknowledge that significant landscape effects are going to extend over a much wider area than is described in the application, although it's not explicit, it's implicit in what they say. I think the final sentence, the effect would not be significant for landscape character areas, LCAs or LCTs as a whole. Well, that's very seldom the case, as we know. We've discussed this on numerous occasions. That's a bit of a throwaway statement, but that doesn't really carry any weight.
Well, we agree it doesn't, because that's an unsurprising finding. Go on to paragraph 3.4, potential mitigation, though, and it records the objectives in the beginning of 3.4, and then it moves on to how these effects could be reduced at the bottom of the page. And we've already rehearsed all this. We've reduced the size, remove the lights, well, ignore the lighting point, reduce the size disparity, relocate turbines at the southern end. We need only look at the first 2 bullet points. But what do you think NatureScout are trying to achieve here? Are they trying to eliminate significant effects?
Well, it's for them to answer that question, but in a sense, this is suggesting mitigation that should be, in their opinion, should be considered by the applicant, and the applicant should consider that as part of their design process. So the applicant has decided not to reduce the height of their turbines and stick with 180 metres, so that negates that suggestion there. We've already discussed this, relocating and removing turbines at the southern end, but not anyone quite knows what that means.
Not really, no.
And so that doesn't take us any further forward.
But if this approach by Nature Scott, and I'm referring to it because Mr. Finley took Rebecca Ryder to it in some detail in cross-examination, so I assume some importance may be attached to Nature Scott's response in closing submissions. If the Nature Scott response is to be read as anything more than helpful suggestions against the background of what to me is a clear flavour of paragraph 3.1, then what do you think, in your opinion, the objective of reduction measures should be? Elimination of significant effects? What are you trying to achieve?
But you said you there, it's not, it's what are Nature Scott trying to achieve. Coming back to paragraph 3.1, you would have it that that's supportive of the proposed development. It's just a statement of facts in the landscape effects limited extent using screening effect. That's a statement of fact. All potentially signaling those relocated in a few kilometres of the proposed turbines, mainly but not exclusively in the northern area. A few kilometres, I would suggest, is more than 1 to 2, so that's greater extent than suggested by the applicant. They also say that it extends into the neighbouring LCT, so that's in a disagreement. And then we've thrown away the last statement because it doesn't really apply. So in that sense, the first paragraph is a simple statement of fact. The second paragraph is a contradiction of what's the applicant's position. So
which paragraph which paragraph you in?
3.1.
Yeah, sorry, that's which one. That's okay, carry on. I interrupted you. We're on to paragraph 2, I think.
Also, this is an annex to a letter, and if we go to the letter itself on the first
we're in paragraph 3.1 of the letter, yes.
So if we go to the first page where it says 1 summary.
Sorry, the first page of the letter?
So there's a covering letter. Well, this is the first page of this document.
Yes.
And there's 1 summary.
Oh, I see. You're there. Okay. Yeah.
This is what's setting the tone, not paragraph 3.1. And we go to that, we can see the bottom paragraph says significant adverse landscape and visual effects remain, particularly in the southeast, including both the setting and appreciation of Tappan North as a landmark in the wider landscape with views from this summit. There are potential significant adverse effects. Well, we don't want to go there, but that first sentence there is in that last paragraph.
Sorry, interrupting again. It's electronics again. Carry on.
So really, it's the subsequent paragraphs are in the context of that opening statement, which is significant adverse landscape effects and visual effects remain, and so on.
Well, all right, but here is a development of 14 180 metre turbines, no doubt to be seen as an extension to Clashindarroch 1. And I would suggest to you that the Nature Scott response is mild in the extreme. I'm not saying because there's no objection, I'm not going to go into that territory, but all we have is a recommendation relating to one viewpoint, Tappan North, and we have the mitigation measures proposed on page 5. And again, it relates to Tappan North.
No, what you said is not correct there, because it says it's the setting and appreciation of Tappan North as a landmark feature in the wider landscape. So it's all the views that Tappan North is visible within. So it's a much wider issue than that.
Well, but it relates to Tappernoth as a feature in the wider landscape, or they accept that.
Yes.
Again, I'm rather puzzled. I cease to make you the spokesman for Nature Scotland. I'll ask you to speak for yourself. What are your objectives in approaching a development such as this? I know you haven't designed a wind farm. Lucky you. But is the objective to make the impacts of the development non-significant, to make them minimal? What would your approach be?
When you approach it, starts with the selection of the site itself and the appropriateness of that. And so it's citing the clues in the SNH Nature Scotland document, citing and designing. It starts with citing, so is it an appropriate site? We have a site here that's adjacent to an existing wind farm, so there was obviously the potential for an extension, but that potential has to be measured against the history of the site in terms of previous applications, and obviously the original Clashindarroch wind farm application is relevant because that was refused, so therefore one has to be mindful of why it was refused. You then have Clashindarroch 1 that was consented, but you have to be mindful of the reasons that Clashindarroch 1, and in particular the mitigation that contributed to that consent. You then assess whether the site that you're looking at would compromise any of those issues raised by those previous applications in this particular location, which are specific to this particular location and context. And then you draw a conclusion as to whether this would be an appropriate site to proceed with. And then you go through a design process that self-evidently, in my view, would take cognizance of the existence of the existing turbines, so that when you had your iterative design plans, you would show the proposed turbines in the context of those existing turbines. You would then address the design of the proposed development in the context of those existing turbines, because clearly that's a key design issue.
Very well.
You then follow that process through in a logical sequence, as indeed happens in terms of the original EIAR iterative process leading to the, I think it's layout D, which resolves all the issues raised through the consultation, or seeks to address the issues raised through the consultation and public consultation process. And then takes you to a application that the applicant would have a level of confidence has addressed the key issues that might determine any future decision on behalf of the decision maker. However, in this instance, we suddenly jump from that process to a final layout which has larger turbines than have been addressed through the iterative process in different positions, a different configuration in terms of effects, that reintroduces issues that have been previously resolved by the prior design process. So if I were the applicant, I would expect interrogation as to why those issues had not been followed through to the final design.
Well, very well.
I don't see justification for that within the documents before us.
Yeah, I asked you a general question. I deserved a long answer, and it was a perfectly fair answer. And thank you for your answer. I wasn't going to interrupt you because it was a very full answer. But my problem with everything that you said is that this is being seen in a vacuum. It's being seen, you're trying to achieve a design nirvana. It isn't going to happen, because you are going. If we accept that the next few years are going to witness what Rebecca Rydert tells us about Crystal Rig, Araclea, Windy Standard, Hagshaw, Paul's Hill, we are going to see widespread scale disparities between old and new wind farms until the old wind farms are repaired or removed. So I'm not sure where this these design objectives, which are fine in theory, take you over the next few years. They can't be achieved.
Yes, but it's exciting. You're suggesting that it's simply unreasonable to expect issues to be raised by a series of very large turbines being located in close proximity.
Actually, would you mind backtracking and starting that sentence again? Again, it faded at my end. My apologies.
Okay, I'll start again. You're suggesting that it's unreasonable or it's entirely reasonable, depending on your perspective, that it's appropriate to site turbines adjacent in close proximity to a key landscape feature in the landscape where that particular issue has been identified as included within what's contributed to the reasons for refusal for a previous application, was addressed in the mitigation for a subsequent application where Clashindarroch 1 was separated from the Tapper North. And then for those turbines to be effectively reinstated, or those effects to be reinstated in a different configuration, obviously. It's not, I don't think that's unreasonable to sustain that position where, because the provenance and the importance, if you like, of Tapper North as a landscape feature hasn't changed in the interim. It's still there, it's still important, it's still prominent. And despite the construction of Clashindarroch 1, it still retains its prominence in the landscape. That will be compromised by this particular proposal. And it's the particulars that are important here. It's not the generalities of the size of the turbines necessarily. In that particular instance, it's their scale and proximity between Tapper North and the existing Clashindarroch turbines. But the previous process in terms of design iteration having accepted that they're going to be there, nevertheless sought to address the otherwise negative effects that are identified in guidance in terms of the configuration of the turbines and how they're viewed. But then those have been, well, it seems to me there's a retrograde step from the final one of those 149.9 turbine configurations to the actual final layout, which reintroduces those negative effects. So not only are you reinstating issues that were previously addressed by Clashindarroch 1, you're reinstating issues that were previously addressed by the earlier parts of the design.
Okay, I heard the answer. But you're going around the same old loop, which is going back to Clashindarroch, the first application, the second application, what was built in then. It is a matter of height because Nature Scott and you complain of the effects on Tapper North because of the size of the turbines. I suggest again, I'll put it once more, that your design approach is seeking a nirvana that will never be achieved because over the coming years, given what is happening with wind turbine sizes, like it or not, and it's fine not to like it, there are going to be widespread scale disparities visible between old and new wind farms until the old are repowered or removed. So I'm not sure where your attempt at a design nirvana takes us in terms of the practicalities of wind energy development over the next 10 years.
Well, you're talking about the generalities, yeah. Well, we've discussed this and we've gone through it, and there is a general trend towards larger turbines. But with those general trends to larger turbines, one has to be even more cautious about where you locate them. And in this particular instance, they're located in close proximity to a key landscape landmark feature. But not only that, they're also located in close proximity to much smaller turbines that exaggerate that the scale of the proposed turbines. The bigger the turbines in this particular location, the greater the effect is going to be on Tapper North as a landmark feature, and the greater the disparity in scale between the existing proposed turbines, and therefore the greater the level of effect.
Okay, Mr. Steele. There are choices to make when you're designing a wind farm, and you can't escape all effects. If we accept that there are going to be widespread visible scale disparities between old and new wind farms, for reasons we've explored in this inquiry, and if we accept that in principle, as you've said, extensions are a good thing rather than going to previously undeveloped locations. This rather underlines my point that you're attempting the impossible. You're trying to drive things back in time to a period when you had a choice of smaller turbines. That choice doesn't exist anymore.
I'm not trying to drive it back at all. You have to see it in the context in which it sits. It's quite clear from the iterative design process drawings that the effects for a 180-metre high turbines are greater than for a 149-metre high turbines when they're seen in the context of Clashindarroch. And that scale difference is accentuated by the juxtaposition with Clashindarroch 1.
Okay. I think we've got our differences happily clear, so I can leave that point there. Ma'am, it's now 1:10. I'd say I've got took a bit longer than I expected, maybe another 40 minutes to go, so I suspect you want to go and have your sandwich.
Yeah, I think we should stop for lunch. Will we still try and come back for 2? Take a sort of 45-minute lunch? Yeah. Is everybody all right with that?
You're happy?
Yes, that's fine. So we'll still start at 2. Thank you.
So pretty much, where apart from Tapanoff? Very correct question. Where apart from Tapanoff?
It's not the easiest to eat it.
So, Mr. Trinick, I think your microphone's on.
My microphone is on.
The microphone's on. I was hearing someone chatting in the background.
Oh.
Okay, I think that's everybody back. Mr. Steele's back in his seat. So we'll restart the cross-examination. Mr. Trinick, just over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. We finished with CD 512. That can be put to one side. I was going to tackle with you some specific points on the general issue of perspective, potential visual confusion, which you addressed this morning in chief, and which Rebecca Ryder addressed with Mr. Penny yesterday. But the examples you gave this morning are reasonably recent. I needn't revisit those. Instead, I'm going to limit myself to a more general proposition and see what you think of it. That, the issue of scale indicators, perspective, potential for visual confusion, that was certainly the case some time ago. It's noted in CD 512, a paragraph 3.3. We needn't go there. And it was a factor of some relevance. Can I suggest that was partly because people were very unfamiliar at that time, or may not have seen many wind turbines. But in 2022, I would doubt very much that there's anyone in Scotland who has seen quite a few wind farms. And that process of gaining familiarity with the way they look has enabled the average viewer to resolve in his or her mind issues of perspective and where a wind farm is and how big it is much more clearly than would have been the case before. The issue is receding. What do you think?
I'd agree with that. I think that, well, I agree on the sense that, yes, people are more familiar with wind farms. But we have to think here that Rebecca Ryler in her evidence was suggesting that the counter-argument worked in that where the larger turbines are seen in the foreground and the smaller ones are seen beyond, then that created a sense of perspective that suggested that there was a separation between the wind farms. Now, at first sight, that might be the case until you start to consider the topographical context of the turbines. However, the opposite must therefore be true. So, for instance, from the buck, intuitively, one would expect to see larger turbines in the foreground and smaller turbines beyond as they recede into the distance. But in this particular instance, we have smaller, markedly smaller turbines in the foreground and markedly larger turbines in the background, which would disrupt your senses, counterintuitive, and therefore disrupts a sense of perspective. And I would see that as being an adverse effect, as would SNH in their guidance, or Nature Scott.
Okay, we may have to agree to disagree, but if we go to, if we wish, go to CD 122 and figure 79E, that's the buck.
Sorry, CD 122.
That's it, CD 122. It's the visualizations.
Oh, right.
You may have them in hard copy, I suspect. I don't know.
Visualizations. And which figure?
79E.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not saying I've got brilliant eyesight, but or a means of resolving any confusion. But looking at that, I distinctively think, well, to the left you've got smaller turbines, which are maybe slightly further away. To the right, you've got obviously another wind farm that may be an extension with larger turbines. I don't see the visual confusion in that image.
If you so 9E, if you go to the slightly closer one, you can see.
So, where
sorry,
you go?
go to 7.9D, which is the one above it.
Okay, sorry, yes.
Yeah, it might help.
Okay.
You can see the juxtaposition of smaller and larger turbines in combination with each other. There's no obvious separation between the two. They read as a single mass of turbines with small turbines in the foreground and large turbines in the background. Then, because of the expectation perspective, it enlarges the contrast, if you like, because intuitively you expect the further turbines to be smaller and the ones in the foreground to be larger.
Well, yeah. Sarah said there may be a landscape professional's point, but from the point of view of the ordinary guy on the street, and I count myself as one of those, that image doesn't give me any problems at all in terms of resolving which turbines are further away, which are closer, and which are higher.
Yes, but the unintuitive perspective leads to an uncohesive image. It's a design where you're creating something that's discordant, essentially. That's what you have there.
Okay, I have your view. Thanks very much. Let's turn to your landscape conclusion at 6.4, paragraph 6.45 of your inquiry report. It's 12 CD 12.8. It's going to be on the page
6.45. I have it.
And you say that, in your opinion, that proposed development will have, I'm only looking at the first bullet point, so the host landscape character type, significant direct landscape effects within and beyond 2 to 3 kilometres, including the Tapanoff. I want to see just how you get to that conclusion. So if we go back to, you can take me where you want, but I'm taking you to paragraph 6.117 on electronic page 59. Sorry, but 6.117, my apologies. And you tell us the magnitude effect would vary over time, etc. 6.19, magnitude greater over time, 6.120. Therefore, in your opinion, higher level of landscape sensitivity in closer proximity to Tapanoff. Now that's the Tapanoff sensitivity, and then the higher magnitude of effect over time within forest areas would result in a higher level of landscape effects, as well as the extent of significant effects within the host LCT 28. And the area so affected would include the northern flank of Tapanoff. So your evidence is clear, but I wanted to just look at the two reasons. Firstly, in terms of the higher magnitude of effect as opposed to the higher level of sensitivity, that higher magnitude arises, or higher magnitude than assessed in the EIAR arises because of forest felling. That would seem to be the case.
Yes, the magnitude effect would be greater over time as the forest is progressively felled.
Were it not for the forest felling, then the magnitude of effect will be agreed with Rebecca Reinert.
The magnitude of effect would also change according to the degree of visibility and therefore the prominence of the turbines within views from local areas. So more elevated ground, including the Tap North, would have a higher magnitude of effect because you'd have greater visibility of the proposed development.
So can I pull you back on that? Because I didn't hear part of it, but let me put the question again. You tell us in 6.120 that the higher magnitude of effect over time would result in a higher level of landscape effect. Not not the extent, but the level effect. So your increased magnitude would arise as a result of forest felling. That's the cause. Is that right?
Yes, as forests aggressively felled.
Yeah. And then the extent of significant effects are greater than Rebecca Reinert assesses because of two factors. One is the tree felling we've just discussed, because that increases the magnitude and extends the area, and because of the higher sensitivity around Tapanoth.
Yes, that's good.
Now, when you use the phrase closer proximity in 6.120, what do you mean?
Well, because the closer you are to Tapanoth, the higher the sensitivity becomes of the landscape.
Well, I can read that for myself, but what do you mean by closer proximity? Can you define that for us?
Oh, you mean a dimension? Well,
yes.
It's basically, let me think about this, the best way to express this. Well, it's probably the best way to describe it would probably be the physical extent of Tapanoth as a topographical feature. So that run down the flanks and down to the lowest level. So that would probably be the best way to describe it.
That's fine. So do you know what I mean by Kokanee water, which runs along the northern side of Tapanoth at the bottom of the northern flank? Would that be the boundary of your closer proximity?
I'm just getting a map now.
Yes, of course. Tell me which map, because I'm the one as well. I can't think which one to go to.
I'm just looking at an OS map just a minute.
Okay. Yeah.
Any one of these and just zoom in.
Which one?
7.2.
So it's in CD1.
That's SI 122.
7.4C.
Have a CD to go to.
If we get a figure, I hope it helps. Figure 7, if you go to CD 122 at figure 7.4C, this is the SI ZTB within 10 kilometers, and you've got Tappan. When you get there, you'll see the route to the top of Tapanoth, and then you'll see going north from that, you've got the northern flanks, and then you've got an obvious valley to the north of that.
Yes.
That's what I meant by Kokanee water. That would seem to define your closer proximity, the northern boundary of it. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be reasonable, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I want to take you to your inquiry report at electronic page 58, because I want to explore this felling point with you. But before I actually take you to the text, you said, I think in chief this morning, well, felling plans can change. And you might say that to me. So let me just pursue that point. The felling, felling plan, I think, ends in 2043 at the moment.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no other felling plan before the inquiry. Why would they want to change the felling plan before 2043, given that the trees have already been planted?
That was in the context of windblow, where you can have unforeseen events that can change felling priorities, where areas are subject to wind blow, and that alters the felling plan accordingly.
All right, well, I understand that. So that unforeseen circumstances, wind blow. Okay, I get the answer.
Yeah, the reason I pointed that out was that from Tillothrowey viewpoint one, when you look up onto the horizon line, there's self-evident wind blow occurring in the recent storms that have occurred.
Yeah, well, I'll come to that actually. It's interesting you say that. It's at paragraph 6115 on electronic page 58. The second last paragraph of 6115. So nevertheless, the EIR figure 326, we'll come to that in a minute, demonstrates that most of the forestry will be progressively felled and replanted over the life of the wind development, over the proposed development. Therefore, the extent of visibility and characterising effect of the proposed turbines will change with time. And you then note that most of the high hills and ridges are not forested, including Tapper North and Clashindarroch Hill. You then go on to 6117 on the next page. You give us your view about magnitude changing with time, that the majority of the forestry area may be subject to higher magnitudes of effect periods during the lifetime of development. 6119, magnitude of effect will be greater over time as forest is progressively felled. And then we come to 6120, which we've already rehearsed. Now, would you get out the CD15, which is volume 4 of the EIAR, and it's figure 32. Check out.
Sorry, which volume?
It's CD14.
Oh, 14. Sorry.
141, in fact, and within 141 is figure 324. 324. Hang on, is that right?
Struggling to find 324.
I think I've got a wrong number here. I'm just checking it.
It's 1.5.1. 3.2.
I'm terribly sorry. It's 1.5.1. My mistake.
All right.
Appendix 3.2. Part 2.
3.2.
So it's appendix 3.2 part 2. Don't make it easy, do they?
I have it.
It should be the forest maps, is that right? And it's maps.
What we're looking for is figure 324 initially, which is second in the series, which is the baseline felling plan.
I have that, yes.
And we'll come back to that, but so you get the whole image. Go on to figure 326, which is the wind farm felling plan. You've got that.
I have that as well, yes.
So it's 324 initially we want to go to. So we understand what we're looking at. Development site boundaries there. And you've got the red areas, which include the area above Tillothrowey. Felling between 2019, 2023.
Yep.
You've then got the orange bits, which are the next phase, the yellow bits, which are 2029 to 33. Please note the yellow bits particularly, they become relevant to my questions later. And then you've got the bilious green, phase 4. And then you've got, and be careful because it can be confused with another notation outside plan period. You've got phase 5. You remember, ma'am, we went there and I asked you to be careful to distinguish between the two blues. Then you've got long-term retention, which is light blue, and natural reserve, which is brown, green, whatever you call it. So that's what we're looking at. If you go to 326, and I'm only doing this so others are familiar with the plan. I know you are, Mr. Steele, so that's fine.
That's
We've
right.
got the felling plan, from which we can see the felling areas which are additional to the red areas in 324, which represent the felling due to the wind farm. Have I got it right so far?
Yes.
Now you tell us in your evidence that the majority of the forest will be felled during the wind farm period. I'm not sure you're right if you take it in bits. You've got certain pieces of felling, but an awful lot of it is dark blue outside the planned period, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So in terms of additional visibility resulting from forest felling, I'm going to give you the first point because it's an obvious one. And that is if you go to the northern flank of Tapanoth, you can see the yellow down at the bottom.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, that undoubtedly will give rise to more visibility of the wind farm because it's on higher land overlooking, and you'll see the wind farm progressively more as that forest is felled. Are we agreed on that?
Yes.
But I'm struggling to see where else in the forest the felling, indeed Rebecca Ryder give evidence on this, will reveal additional views of the wind farm, because you're going to be within forest looking towards dark blue areas before you get to the wind farm. Have you looked at this and decided precisely where, given your evidence, the additional visibility will arise?
If you look at turbine 6, for instance, where the position of turbine 6 is, to the right of that is pale blue, and then you've got Carlin Hill, which is phase 2, which is 2024 to 2028. That has pale blue beyond it as well.
Sorry, you're going west from 6.
Yes, going
through phase 5.
East from 6. So east from 6, you have a pale blue area, which is phase 5. You then have a brown area, which is phase 2, which is 2024, 28. You then have beyond that, going to the northwest, another pale blue area, which is phase 5. You then have beyond that a green area, which is phase 4. You have a red area adjacent to that, which is phase 1. So there's a whole swathe through there heading towards Tillerthroe, which is all due to be felled within the planned period.
It's not quite so, is it? Because as you look from Tillerthroe and you look southwest towards Corrylair, and then you've got the green bit, which is 34 to 38. There is dark blue immediately beyond that before you get to the orange bit.
Yes, because the orange bit is on the higher slopes, sitting above. So that's basically on the horizon line when you look from Tillerthroe. So
yes, you'll see the forest
that open up greater visibility of the turbine 6 and 9 and others.
Well, you know, I wonder, because if you're standing down at Tillerthroe, west of Tillerthroe, looking up the hill, you've got areas of no felling, south north of the red bit and south of the dark blue bit, to the west southwest of Tillerthroe. Sure, you've got some areas of felling, early stage red and then later stage green, but beyond that, yes, you've got some phase 5 felling, but you've also got outside planned period, so no felling. And then if you go further towards the wind farm, you come across, north of turbine 6, you come across some more dark blue. I suggest that the additional visibility from that direction is going to be pretty patchy.
Yes, it's interesting when it says outside the planned period. It doesn't specify when that's due to be felled, interestingly. So one must assume that the planting within those areas is relatively young at the moment, and therefore there is currently visibility within those areas to it.
Yes, we do. You've rather changed tune there, Mr. Steele. We were looking at, you were asking me to focus on what will be filled within the planned period. So let's focus on that first, if you wouldn't mind. My suggestion to you was that additional visibility from the Tillerthroe area would actually be quite patchy, given the colours to which I took you. So let's deal with that point first.
Sorry, can you restate that again?
You're a sadist. All right, okay. If you stand at Tiller 3, you're looking southwest.
Yes.
You've got the areas of red and green and orange, but equally you've got a no-felling area west-southwest of Tiller 3, which might block views of turbine 1, and equally southwest of the green area by Corrie Lair, you've got some outside plan period areas. Going further west towards turbine 9 and 6, north of the orange area, you've got more areas outside plan period. I'm not denying that there won't be some additional visibility of turbine 6, certainly, from west of Tiller 3, but my suggestion is that additional visibility will be very patchy.
Well, it'll vary over time, but the key point is that the orange area, which is due for felling in 2024-28, sits on the ridgeline, if you like, that sits between the proposed development and Tiller Throwing. So that is going to, as is illustrated by the photo montage, where the red parts that sit to the north of that, where they've been removed on that skyline, that's opened up additional visibility. And likewise, when that orange area is opened up, that will open up additional visibility. If we then go to the dark blue area to the top right of that brown area, we can see that that's sitting on the lower slope, so that's going to have less of a screening effect. I warrant that the darker blue area on Muckle Black Hill over adjacent to turbines 1 and 9, that's outside the planned period, so that would still have a screening effect. Let me see, probably on turbines, certainly on 1 and to a lesser extent 9 and 6, but views from Tiller Throw would open up for the majority of the turbines within that area, because you've got effectively a way through, because the trees on the top of Carlin Hill and Little Black Hill are moved.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. It's electronics. It's not me being rude. I apologise. To some extent, we're playing a judgment game here because we don't have wire lines with forestry removed as time goes on. That's just that the reporter will have to be quite careful about this, because looking from the elevation of west of Tiller Throwing, it may well be that the out of plan period blue bit to the northeast of the brown bit, which is going to be felled, may itself be enough to block views of the turbines.
Given that there are, from the top of the hill, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 contours between the top of the hill and the leading edge of the blue area, I suspect that they're not going to have that much of a screening effect, to be perfectly honest.
Right.
They may do from Corrie Lair, which is sitting just to the north of it, but from more distant views at Tiller Throwing, I suspect not.
Okay, we're taking that as far as we can judge it on what we've got. But apart from that view from west of Tiller Throwing, that's one direction. Views from other directions, are there any other particular, directions from which you say that, to use your phrase in your inquiry report, most of the forestry will be progressively felled and replanted? Well, regardless of whether you're factually right, but what other directions will forest felling, as shown by this plan, be revealed?
Well, it's just a general principle. If one must assume that if the dark blue areas outside the forest plan are outside the forest plan because they were only recently planted, then there's probably visibility from within those areas and beyond them. So currently there's visibility there. And as other areas that are identified within the plan are progressively felled, there will be a mosaic of different ages of woodland with different levels of visibility in different areas. We can speculate about it, but perhaps most importantly, the views from Tiller Throwing are likely to be opened up in terms of visibility of the proposed development, and you conceded that that would be the case from the direction of Tapper North in that area. So it's, the point being made is that it's going to change over time, which is inevitable within a mosaic of different forest ages and felling regimes.
Yeah, of course it will. But your focus has been very much on two directions, Tapper North, and we agree that there will be additional visibility from the northern flank of Tapper North and from west of Tillerthrowy. Certainly our view is, and if you want to comment on it once more, it's up to you, that if you go round the compass from, so we say, turbine 12, you've got substantial areas of no felling at all. The lightest colour shown in the caption below development site boundary, which is screening will continue to screen the turbines, even if the blue forest is felled outside the planned period. You may have some additional visibility. I don't know if you will, from the northwest towards Strathbogie and Brown Hill. I don't know. But other than that, the felling which is planned is not going to reveal new views of the turbines.
No, I don't agree with that for the reason I've said, that the felling of trees to the north-east of the development, in between the development and Tillerthrowy, will open up visibility of additional turbines or visibility of more of the turbines that are currently visible. So or a greater extent of visibility.
So your focus is on Tillerthrowy and on Tapper North?
Yes.
Okay. And we know where we agree and disagree. That's absolutely fine. Got a section headed finishing points. I don't know where else to put them. I added to one of them.
Those last documents.
Sorry?
Can I put away those last documents?
Yeah, let me just check. Yes, you can. Thank you. If you might like to get out one more document, which is CE10-6, which are the conditions. At least before you do, tell me this. Have you been involved in the recommendations for micrositing?
Yes, I provided some comment on micrositing.
Then go to CD10-6 at condition 21, if you would.
Just a minute, I'm going to highlight it, so I'm just trying to find it.
I just ask, is 10.6 the most recent set of conditions that came in last Thursday?
I have a hard copy here.
Thanks. It's page 12. It starts. That's internal page number 12.
I have it.
I think you can turn over to page 13 for our purposes straight away. And if we go to the second column below the grid references, second paragraph, subparagraph A, it's turbines 1, 3, 8, 10, 11 and 12 I'm concerned with for the purposes of this exercise. From the evidence we've heard, the objective of this part of the condition is to limit or avoid the views of Clashindarroch 2 from the west, from the Deveron.
Yes, that relates to the 4 turbines on to the northwest of the development, because the design process has clearly set out that the intention was that the turbines would not be visible over that particular horizon.
Okay, so that if, and I'll try and negotiate with you, that's in the condition session, and I'll put the point to you so we can discuss it later. If the condition was to be amended so as to preclude any increase in the any increase in the base height of these turbines without the approval of the planning authority, the objective being to avoid views from the Deveron Valley. We can phrase that condition. I'm not trying to phrase it as I speak, but if we phrase the condition so as to achieve that objective, in other words, you can microsite provided you don't break, the turbines don't come over the ridge, then I imagine you would be happy.
That would be the intention, yes, but I'm not going to speak to the wording of a condition because that's not.
That's all right. I've got what I need. I won't take it any further. That's extremely helpful. My final point just takes us to the report at 333.
So I didn't catch that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's 333 at page. Sorry, page 21.
Sorry, of what?
Of your inquiry report.
All right, thank you.
Let me get something else up before I ask my question. Yeah, that's the one, I think. That'll do us. Mr. Fraser says west of the, in 323, west of the site is an AGLB identified in the Murray Development Plan, which follows the boundary between Murray and Aberdeenshire, located west of Clashindarroch, second Clashindarroch wind farm site. And you point to the extent of designated landscapes indicated on figure 2.1. However, you note that the New Ben Rennes SLA no longer follows the boundary. So we get it clear for the reporter, figure 7.3a of CD 141. Where do I need to go to? Shows the Murray AGLV.
Sorry, which figure number?
It's in CD 141, figure 7.3a.
I have it.
And that shows you light blue, doesn't it? The AGLV coming up indeed.
As was, yes.
Close to the boundary. But if we then go to CD 122, and I'm getting the exact reference. Figure 7.4b. This is appendix 7.
Yep, I have that, and that shows the Moray special landscape areas.
It does indeed. It really is quite a substantial alteration, isn't it, between the AGLV and the SLA? The SLA boundary has not merely been drawn back a little, it's been drawn back about 10 kilometres beyond Doranel wind farm, hasn't it?
It has, yes.
Okay, so we've got that clear between us. Mr. Steele, thank you very much. Ma'am, those are my questions.
And thank you. Pleasure as ever. paperwork.
Okay. Well, in theory, Lynn Rutter has an opportunity to question Mr. Steele, but it wouldn't normally be the case that we'd expect you to, because you do align your case with the council's, broadly speaking. But if you have any questions for him, do you wish to?
I just have a couple of points of clarification. I just want to be sure I understood.
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. So Mark, can I just ask, do I understand correctly that your understanding is that the normal design practice would be to treat this as an extension of Clash 1, and then you'd be designing the turbines in line with that, and you would certainly normally be aware of the mitigation requirements applied to Clash 1 in the first place and take those into account in your design process. Did I understand that correctly?
Shortest answer of the day, yes.
Thank you. So I'll try and keep the questions just as short. And the second point about the turbine height, would it normally be the case that if you couldn't get turbines that were of an appropriate height, that you would decide that that wasn't the right location for that extension?
That would certainly be a consideration, yes.
Okay. And then the other point I wanted to clarify on Tappernoth, I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the weight that's being placed on Tappernoth is because of its archaeological importance as the second highest hill fort in Scotland, and that because of the historic aspect of that's why you're taking it into account, or did I misunderstand that?
No, I need to clarify that point.
Thank you.
Yes, in terms of landscape and visual effects, one assesses a feature like that as a feature. So its importance to me as a landscape architect is that it's a prominent feature within the landscape. Having said that, GLVIA 3, which is the Landscape Institute's guidance, says that one has to take cognizance of historical and archaeological features as well, not least because they are likely to be, and is in this case, a destination for tourists. So it's something, this particular fort has got it's got its own designated car park, it's got interpretive material within the car park, it's got a designated path to the top. So therefore you then take that into account in terms of the visual effects from it and from the route up to the top of it. But the archaeological aspect is a cultural heritage issue and would normally be addressed by that particular expert.
Thank you. And then my final question, when you're looking at a wind farm application, how much emphasis are you allowed to take of the cumulative effect of other multiple wind farm sites?
The cumulative effects are an integral part of that process. So it's no more or less important. It's simply part of the overall exercise that one undertakes. The caveat to that is that there is a level of uncertainty that's attached to any future developments. They, for instance, for unforeseen reasons, they may not go ahead. So, which is why, for instance, we dismissed the Clashindarroch 3 because it's only in scoping stage, so it's not in the planning systems yet. But the procedures require that we take cognizance of future developments because they may well have a bearing on the effects of the proposal before us. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was all. Thank you.
Very good questions, isn't it?
That's fine. I've got a couple of questions as well, if I could just tuck these in now. It was really in relation to the removal of turbines from the layout. I was trying to you make reference into your inquiry report at paragraph 2.2.2.
Two point 2.2, I have it.
So you were referring to turbines that had been deleted. I was wondering if you could pick a plan that shows those, that we understand of what you think are the 3 turbines that were deleted. Got a good reference for that.
Oh, blimey.
I've written down possibly 11.7. There's 11.7A and 11.7B.
Is that the CD number?
Yes, the CD number. Yes, sorry. I think it's the ones that were produced to show the history of turbine.
All right. I'm not getting the. All right. Yes. I think that 11.7A is quite useful.
Yeah, I think B was amended to show the full extent of the original Clashindarroch proposal that was refused. The 37 or 47 turbines. I think that was the reason why there was a separate one issued. It's quite useful in that it shows our proposed turbines at Clashindarroch 2, the approved Clashindarroch 1 and directed turbines. But I just really wanted to get a handle on which turbines you think that were deleted are now being replaced, because I'm not seeing a direct correlation other than 12.
12, yes.
It's very close. The others I'm not so sure, but I wanted to know which ones you thought were important there.
Okay. The turbines in the design iterative process, one of those stages in Clashindarroch 1, the turbines that are in the vicinity of 12, 3 and 8, i.e. those 3 that are closest to those proposed turbines, still formed part of the Clashindarroch scheme, and they were deleted. Now, 12 is very close to one of those, as you pointed out, and 3 and 8 were broadly in a similar situation. And certainly, if you were viewing those from Tapper North, for instance, they're very much in the I think I said broadly in the vicinity of, rather than in the same position of. So it's turbines 8, 3, and 12 there, and then the ones that are adjacent to those 3 red ones. Now, that then ties back to the discussion about why those turbines were removed. And if we recall that turbine 3, as shown on there, that turbine, the very tip of it, it's still visible from the River Devon Valley just to the north there. So those 3 were removed, and one would assume that they were removed for the reasons that we were describing about removing effects upon the Devon Valley. So therefore, concern moved to those 3 turbines there. And then that concern followed through to the discussion about conditions and whether those turbines on that edge were at risk of being elevated and then therefore protruding above the horizon line when viewed from the Devon Valley.
My question then, do you think those turbines have any relationship to the flanks of Tapper North, as you see either from Tapper North or from viewpoint 12 at Corrine Hills? Are these deleted turbines impacting or having a change of effect?
Yes, the views that would certainly affect, if those had remained in, they would have meant that the visible turbines of Clashindarroch 1 would have been closer to Tapper North. So therefore they were part of that process as well in terms of creating a wider space, particularly as illustrated by viewpoint 12, between Tapper North and the existing turbines.
And what's your view on, just so I'd understand it, there's a turbine 9 in Clashindarroch 1 is sort of next to Clashindarroch, and there are 2 red turbines to the right of that, which are obviously from the original Clashindarroch proposed site from 2003. Are they in terms of that Corrine Hills viewpoint 12, would they have sat in a similar position to turbines 13, 2 and 5?
Sorry, can you put right? So we're talking the 13, 2 and 5. Are those the Clashindarroch 2 turbines you're talking about?
Yes, sorry, yes. So those turbines.
Sorry, can you start the question again so I can just orientate myself?
So if 13, 2 and 5 make up some of the turbines that appear in Corrine Hills viewpoint 12, okay,
Yes.
my understanding that they are part of that group of turbines that appear to come towards the flank of Tap of North. However, there are 2 turbines in red that don't have a number that are lying immediately east of turbine 9 from Clashindarroch 1. Now, those 2 turbines to me look like they might have been in a similar position in terms of that Tap of North view as you see it from viewpoint 12. Is that correct? Would they, when they were removed, could they have been the turbines that were giving concern to the Tap of North issue referred to by the previous reporter at the public inquiry?
Sorry, I'm having trouble pinpointing the turbine. Sorry, let's just talk about the red turbines, okay?
So, yeah.
The ones that you're particularly concerned about, whereabouts are they relative to the existing Clashindarroch turbines?
If you find turbine 9, it's a black number.
That's the sort of bottom right-hand corner of Clashindarroch 1, is that right?
It's sort of, yes. It's on the Clashindarroch Hill.
Yeah, and there's 486 number just to the right of it. Yep.
Yeah, 8 and 18 is above it.
Yeah, got it.
So there are 2 red turbines which date from that original scheme.
Yes.
I'm just trying to picture if those 2 turbines would be in the Corrine Hills viewpoint 12, and therefore they are part of what was of concern at that initial stage.
I would have thought not. I would have thought that. Sorry, when you say the initial stage, do you mean the original application, i.e., the red turbines on here?
Yes, red turbines
raised about that. I think if any of those were of particular concern, it was the turbines. If you let me just sort of run on here a bit, and then hopefully I'll pick up the point you're trying to get to.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
If we go to the very top left-hand corner of the red turbines, where they run along the ridge line there, they were the prime culprits for effects upon the River Devon Valley to the northwest. Okay. The next run of turbines, the 3 that we were talking about, and potentially others that sit on the southeastern flank of that ridge, may also have contributed to that as well. However, all of those turbines would have contributed to bringing the turbines close to Tapper North when viewed from viewpoint 12. So at the moment, and they would have occupied the space that's filled in the wire lines that we've seen, that is filled now by the proposed development, and would have extended beyond and behind Tapper North and Hiller North as well, and out of view. So one of the benefits as such that was promoted by the Clashindarroch wind farm, one wind farm, was that it had greater separation from Tapper North because of the deletion of all of those more northerly red turbines on this particular plan, and gave that separation. And what this particular proposal does in terms of Clashindarroch 2 is fills that gap back in again, essentially. Is that the point that you were concerned about?
Yeah.
I think the turbines down in, we have to remember that viewpoint 12 is sort of bottom right 45 degrees from this particular viewpoint. So perhaps the black labelled views points 9 and perhaps 8 wouldn't have been that relevant to that particular discussion, as far as I was aware.
No, that's fine. I was just trying to identify which turbines were the most likely to have been closest to Tapanoff or to the Devon Valley. I understand the Devon Valley argument. That's been.
Oh, I see what you mean. That
I'm looking at ones you were.
Nine is geographically closer to Tapanoff. Is that the point you were making?
Yeah, I was just trying to work out whether that.
It was more how it was viewed from key viewpoints rather than the physical dimension on the ground. I think that's the. Yeah.
I was trying to get an impression of that. And
right, we got there at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, the point you made about the gap was important. I was just trying to get a feel for which of the turbines would be important from the previous decisions.
Yeah.
And that leads me to my other question, which is I was looking through the report of handling. I couldn't see any that the council produced. That would be CD 1114. I couldn't see any particular reference to this idea of the previous mitigation in the council's original reasons for refusal or the argument they set out in the report of handling. It seems to be something that's evolved through the evidence, but it didn't seem to play a major part in the report of handling. I wondered if there's something I'm missing or something that you could see that you could point me to.
No, I think that was probably something, to be fair, that my involvement reintroduced, because as is probably I've stated, is that when one is looking to review the effects of something like this, the starting point would be previous applications and issues that arose from those, because that would be a clear and unequivocal starting point for reviewing or establishing what the issues are. So it was me digging deeper, if you like, into the history of the planning history of these particular wind farms.
Thank you. That's the 2 points I wanted to raise with you. I can hand you back now to Finlay. I'm looking at the time. It's 3 minutes to 3. I'm keen that if we just keep going just now rather than stop. Is that okay with the participants?
That's okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
Just a few questions for you, Mr. Steele, in re-examination. You were asked some questions by Mr. Trinick in respect to viewpoint 17, and which I think is over 20 kilometres away. Are you aware of Section 36 cases where Scottish ministers have found significant impacts at over 20 kilometres?
Yes, Albinia, which is where, which was refused because of that distance.
Thank you. Then you were then asked about.
I didn't hear which farm Mr. Steele referred to. We lost it.
Mr. Steele, can you repeat the name of the wind farm, please?
Alt Junior. I have to.
ALT and then new word DUINE.
Sorry, sorry for my pronunciation.
Sorry, I'm having real problems hearing Mr. Steele. I think I know he's talking about Alt Dooney, but I don't. That's all I heard.
Yeah, I think that was a particular sentence where the sound broke up 2 or 3 times. That's why I asked him to repeat it. Are you having trouble hearing me now as well, Mr.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yeah. I think with them both having their microphones.
I think there's maybe just too many microphones live. Yeah. Okay. So if we could just go back to Mr. Finlay, if he could ask that same question again about other Section 36 cases, and we'll start from that point, and I'll turn my mic off and hopefully we'll hear it a bit clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Still. I was just asking you, first, as a generality, whether you were aware that Scottish ministers had found significant impacts at over 20 kilometres. I think your answer to that was yes. And then, are you able to give an example of where they've done so?
And the answer was yes, it was what to do here, what you need.
If you were then asked.
No, Mr. Philip, it's an issue. I think if you could turn your microphone off just a minute, Mr. Bentley. The issue is because obviously they're in separate rooms, but I think Mr. Steele and Mr. Finlay are electronically close, so that's giving rise to the problem. It's a nuisance for them, but I think we have to have one mic on at the time, as between advocate and witness. That's what's causing the issue.
We'll try and exercise discipline in switching our mics on and off for you all. So, Mr. Steele, you were then asked about a section in your report 2.3.8 where you produced an extract from Falago Rig decision, and one of your answers to Mr. Trinick was that you quoted it to bring out the point about in accordance with previous design principles, and really trying to kill two birds with one stone here. Could you go to chapter 2 of the Clashindarroch 1 ES, please? And that is CD, let me just find that, it should be CD 12.1. And it is, my apologies, not chapter 2, should be it's chapter 3, site selection. And if you go to electronic page 11 of 14, you just give me a thumbs up when you've got there. It should be in table 3.2 on electronic page 11 of 14. Okay. Then we can see the reasons for the iterations. You start off with 77 turbines, it went down to 47, which was the original ES layout, and the concerns were raised, amongst other things, for view from Tapper North. Just a matter of history. Then it goes down to 40, then it goes down to 37, and then it goes down to 22, which was the scoped layout. And so we're now on page 12 of 14. Under the scope layout, it says this layout was based on the removal of wind turbines to resolve issues raised by the reporter from the public local inquiry. From your reading of Clashindarroch ES as a whole, would it be fair or not to describe that as a design objective, or in broad terms?
Absolutely. It's quite clear intent.
Thank you. If we then, we know that the final version was removed 4 turbines because we got down to 18, and we know that 3 of the turbines that were removed in that final exercise, I think, were 3 that the reporter's just been asking you about.
That's correct. If
the reporter or others want to check where they are, there are one can see the figures on 12 CD 12.2. I'm not going to ask you to turn that up, but they relate to the, certainly 3 of the turbines relate to the 3 that you were concerned with. And when we look at the final box, the justification for removing those 3 turbines is given as the layouts are refined primarily for landscape and visual impact concerns, in particular reducing the visual extent from the Tapper North while maintaining reduced visibility in the Devon Valley. So in terms of the 3 turbines well, 2 questions. One to do with Mr. Trinick's point in cross-examination. Does that continue to be a design objective in your view? Clearly it does. Second question, and to pick up on the reporter's point, the reason for removing the turbines in vicinity of turbines 3, 8 and 12, how significant would that have been in reducing the visual extent from the Tapper North, in your view?
Yes, because those 3 turbines extended the horizontal angle occupied by the post turbines, and therefore by removing them, one reduced the extent of turbines within the view, and therefore reduced the overall effect.
Thank you. If we can move on to a new point, we're asked a number of questions about the officer's report and the reference or otherwise in your evidence to strategic landscape capacity assessment. Can I ask you to look at the statement of agreed matters, which is CD 10.1, paragraph 6.7. And if you can stick your thumb up or tell me when you've got there. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Steele. It makes it clear here that the parties are agreed that it was a strategic relative sensitivity study, not intended to replace the need for a more detailed site-specific assessment. When you drafted your evidence, was it drafted in the light of the statement of agreed matters?
Yes, it was indeed.
And then is it fair to compare a landscape and visual impact assessment with the purpose of an officer drafting an officer's report?
Sorry, can you?
Let me ask that in a different way. Are you undertaking the same exercise when drafting a landscape and visual impact assessment as an officer is in drafting a report to a planning committee?
No, clearly not.
Thank you. We were asked a number of questions about CD 5.10, which I don't think we're going to need to go to for this purpose, which is the S&H siting and design guidance. A number of points were made about it. Mr. Trinick, first of all, suggested it was an advice of perfection. Is that the way you've seen it discussed and used by reporters or indeed Scottish ministers in their consideration of wind farm cases?
No, it haven't. And I wouldn't expect to like that, to be honest.
A closely aligned point was that he made it clear, and I think you agree, that there are no easy designs for a wind farm, but and you moved on to discussing overlapping and stacking. Insofar as you have an understanding of the design process for wind farms, are all viewpoints equal?
No, there are clearly some viewpoints that carry greater weight because they're not just representative of wider views, they're representative of very specific views and points. So, for instance, viewpoint 12, because of the visitors that stop and promote a viewpoint, and clearly viewpoint 4 on the top of Tapper North because of the promoted walkway to a promoted viewpoint.
Given those two viewpoints you've identified, how fair or otherwise is it from your perspective to assess the effectiveness of a wind farm design from those two key viewpoints?
I think it's a question of prioritising, isn't it? And that seems to have been the case in the original EIA, are prioritising the view, particularly from Tapper North and also from viewpoint 12, which then seems to have been a retrograde step in terms of the effects from the final layout, including the application.
We're then taken to Rebecca Rylett's report and a number of examples she had in her paragraph 4.2.6. You'll recall that of wind farms which had increased in where the turbine height had increased. And I think you expressed you were familiar with some of them at least. Is it the case that because there are wind farms with a variety of scales and turbines found to be acceptable in one location, does that make it acceptable in all locations?
No, clearly not. Each development has to be assessed in its own merits relative to its particular circumstances and context.
Sorry, has Rebecca Rylett provided any context in which this reporter could make a judgment about the juxtaposition of turbine sizes at those wind farms?
No, she.
Lastly, you were taken at some length to CD to the SNH 9H Scott response, which was CD 2.1.19. I think three questions. You were asked, and I think in respect of electronic page 4, Mr. Trinick drew your attention to paragraph 3.1 or section 3.1 on that page, and suggested that that wasn't overly critical. And he then moved on to 3.4 on the following page, potential for mitigation. He didn't draw or spend a great deal of time on 3.2. How important are the comments or concerns expressed in 3.2, in your view, to SNH 9H Scott's justification for mitigation?
Well, retail, we don't have
Some places. I have.
So, okay. Reading out the 3.2 relates to cumulative effects. But first point says significantly extends the cumulative effects of wind energy on the area of the Grampian Outliers LCA within which the existing Clashindarroch scheme lies. The cumulative effect will not be significant in neighbouring over the LCA, as this is already affected by existing wind farms. Significant effect views from higher areas in the east and southeast in particular. The proposed wind farm would, due to its close proximity to the areas of prayer, prompt an extension to the existing wind farm energy schemes in the upland areas further west, with much larger turbines and close proximity to the Stimplin landmark viewpoint of Tapper North. It goes on to conclude the disparity between turbine sizes will be less apparent from viewpoints to the south and west due to the visual relationship between the turbines seen from these directions. I disagree with that for various reasons.
Thank you. Mr. Trinick then described the language that SNH used as I have recorded as mild and extreme. Can you move on to the annex to the letter, which begins at electronic page 7, and I just want to put some wording to you, starting at electronic page 8. So if you just let me know when you've got there.
I have it.
So under wind farm extensions in the 4th line, it says the size disparity is a significant feature. Under wind farm extensions turbine layout, the last 3 lines say, however, from the southeast and east in particular, they appear more separated. The section that is exacerbated by a significantly larger scale of the proposed turbines. I'm just going to put a number. If you go towards the bottom of that page, there are not there's a bullet point which towards the bottom of the page, which in fact the last bullet point, walkers visiting from closer summits. If you go to the next paragraph, from Tapper North, the introduction of Clashindarroch effectively doubles the horizontal spread of turbines, and then located slightly closer to the viewer but significantly larger turbines, the development appears substantially closer, increasing the level of effect. And then the next paragraph, the substantially larger turbines contributes to the disproportionately greater significance of effects. And then over the page, the end of that paragraph, the impacts increase this disparity, increasing significant of cumulative effects. This is contrary to SNH citing and design guidance. In your experience of SNH and now Nature Scott input, would you describe that language as mild and extreme?
I think it's a balanced view of what the effects would be of this particular development. I think it's either mild or extreme. It's stating very categorically what the issues are, and it's being unequivocal in that final point. This is contrary to SNH citing and design guidance.
I'm searching for my final point. Going down to the last page, page 12, Mr. Trinick was wondering or perhaps as a figure of speech than otherwise, as to what the purpose of SNH's mitigation proposals were. And I think he introduced the word nirvana at some stage in his cross-examination, which I felt shouldn't go unnoticed. But if you look at the last entry, landscape or visual effects involving all or a combination of the following options, effects could be reduced. And then one sees the first bullet point there, reducing the size of turbines below 150 meters to reduce effects reduce effects on Tapper North. That would reduce the pronounced scale disparity between existing and proposed turbines and improve the overall wind farm design, reducing effects on receptors to east and northeast. Are they looking, is there any suggestion there that they're looking to remove all significant effects of the wind farm?
No, they're just simply offering an opportunity to reduce the level of effects, not remove them in their entirety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steele. Those are all my questions. That is the council's evidence on this inquiry session.
Right, thank you very much. I'm not entirely sure how long we would take with Miss Rutter's evidence, but I was thinking we should really still take a short break just to give everybody a chance to stretch their legs for 10 minutes. And I thought we'll start again at 3:30 and we'll deal with Miss Rutter's evidence and any questions that arise from that. Okay, so another 10-minute break. Thank you. Hello, is everybody returning, switching their mics and their cameras back on?
Mark and James have just gone for a quick comfort win.
10 minutes should be more than enough. That's okay. It's been a long day so far. We'll give them more time.
The joy of sitting on Zoom and team calls forever, isn't it? It's the nature of our lives nowadays.
It's become a way of life, it really has.
It is, really absurd.
Well, I won't address the report on in-person inquiries or get into real trouble.
Well, yes, it's a movable feast. Yeah. And they returned. Right. So hopefully we'll have the same microphones as we did have earlier. I think there was obviously something to do with the Mr. Steele's microphone in the separate room, getting feedback round through Mr. Finlay's. I think that's what was happening. So we've got Lynn Rutter here, who's our third participant, representing herself and indirectly, I suppose, the community views that you felt strongly about. You're not represented today, so we don't have anybody to lead your evidence in chief. And of course, we'd already agreed that we would have the recognition statements read. I wondered if Mr. Finlay or Mr. Trinick would take exception if I asked Miss Rutter just to highlight the key points from her recognition, just as a precursor in place of having anybody to lead the evidence.
Quite happy. Very good idea.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's fine with that. Okay. Just remember, of course, we're concentrating predominantly on landscape and visual impacts. I know your recognition strayed into some other matters, but if you could stay focused on those for us today. Thank you.
Yes, and I will keep it very brief. The point I think that we would want to make as a community group is that a lot of the discussion is around very detailed diagrams and detailed viewpoints and discussions about the impacts on the viewpoints. Our top line feeling is that the landscape that we have at the moment has already reached a level of oversaturation in terms of turbines. The impact on individual households is such that almost no one can look out of a window without seeing turbines. Valued locations like the Mount Haddock, you will no longer be able to walk up that mountain without being able to be surrounded almost 360 degrees by turbine views. And our feeling is that it is enough. The original decisions, it feels to us, are being revisited, and that there is a gradual creep from the extensions, which it means that it's turning the location into a more industrial visible location. And it is a feeling from the majority of people around here that enough is enough. So, other than what's in the precognition, I think that's our top line feeling. We have reached saturation point, and we feel that we're now almost discussing the colour of the deck chairs on the Titanic, as opposed to whether we should be sinking it or not. And that's the feeling that we have here. It is I agree, it is an emotional view from people, but people around here are very committed. They have lived in this area many generations, and they feel that the location needs to be protected. That, I guess, is the summary of the rather emotive argument that we have about our landscape.
Right, thanks, Ms. Rutter. That's fine. It's giving us a good explanation as to why, what your motivations are behind the recognition and report that you put in. Mr. Trinick, do you have any questions for Ms. Rutter?
I don't. Obviously, we absolutely respect your views. It's not a question of disagreeing with them. We understand what you're saying, and thank you very much for expressing your views.
Mr. Finlay, are you got any questions you want to ask?
No. It would be inappropriate for me to do so.
I just have one question for you, Ms. Rutter, and it's you make reference in your recognition to concerns that the applicant has in some way minimised the effects with the techniques that they've followed. And I was wondering if you could explain what it is you think has been minimised in the way that they presented their information.
The way that wire diagrams are generally presented, and they are generally presented in a way that either against skies or the directions, the choice of the shots that are taken, even the things like the shots of and I appreciate it was an agreement that Tillerthrowy Road would be the one that would be selected. But even in the decisions as to which particular properties are looked at, what views of those properties are taken, references to the housing and the cover that's there, it is a feeling amongst people that the applicant will present things in the best possible light. And when you actually have the turbines there, it's a very different viewpoint to just seeing a tip of a blade over a tree every now and then. If that's happening on a regular basis, it is something that has a different impact to a drawing and a diagram. For example, we have a garden. I wish I could show it to you. It goes for 4 acres of ground, and there are 2 very small farmers' turbines on the hill, which we have no objection to at all. We're perfectly understanding of him having them there. But even if I'm in the garden doing my gardening, every now and then there's a shush, shush, shush going past you. So no diagram can ever fully show you the impact of having the visibility of these things on a daily basis. So I think that was the feeling that people had. A number of people who were involved when Clashindarroch 1 was first being considered had looked at the wire diagrams and said, oh, well, we're hardly going to see anything, and are now coming back to us and saying, if I'd realised that every time I draw my curtains, I would see this site in front of me, I would have had a very different view. And it's not about being NIMBY-ish. Most of the people around here are more green than most town people. We have our own water supplies. We live very close to the land. It is about having the imposition for profit on our doorstep of the turbines on a large scale. So that, I think, is the view that we were taking. Sorry, does that answer the point?
You maybe straight into some other.
Yes, sorry. I'm going off into the wilds and the hills.
No, but I was just trying to get an idea of what was concerning. I thought perhaps, without putting words in your mouth, you were concerned about the difference between a static image in the photo visualizations and the wireframes versus what you might experience throughout the course of a day in terms of the movement of the turbines, like setting aside the noise, because obviously that's a separate matter.
That's a different issue, yes. And but also the way that very often the diagrams are taken with a certain light angle or at certain times of day. The new view of the wire diagrams is a lot better than the old style ones, where they always were shown against the grey sky, even though the sky isn't always grey. And they're better than they used to be, but they're still not demonstrative.
Right, well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't have any other questions for you. You've been very patient in participating with us today.
Very interesting.
Yeah, no, thank you for your time and effort in being involved. So that's really us bringing this landscape and visual inquiry session to a close. Is there any matters anybody wants to raise just now? Procedural matters or anything?
Yes, could I raise one matter? And it's really a request, some advice, because I was discussing with the team your request for case summaries. And one specific question was should the case summary cover every both the inquiry session and the hearing sessions? But secondly, it would, as we've never done one before, and clearly our intention is to assist you to have some idea of the length of document that you would anticipate receiving. I'm not going to ask you any more, but any further guidance you could give would be helpful, but some idea of the length of document might be of assistance, because it's not a document that we've prepared before. I'm thinking about it further last night. Any further guidance as to what would assist you in what it contained would be gratefully received. I don't know if Mr. Trinick's prepared any before, but certainly none of my team have.
Yes, it is a new thing. It's coming out of our improved efficiency drive to try and speed up the preparation of the final report. From speaking to colleagues, because obviously I've not requested a case summary before either, so I'm new to this. My previous experience didn't include this factor. But we were certainly looking at something as brief as possible, so it would be around 2 pages of text. It's something that would slot into the report, hopefully with very little editing or adjustment, so that the case summary would be as far as possible in your own words. And we would insert that into the report and then respond to it accordingly in the way that the reporter, me, presents my findings. Mr. Trinick, I think, may have had experience with another case. Is that right? Have you done one already, Mr. Trinick?
Yes, I have, ma'am, but I think it's one or maybe two. Shepherd's Rig, that was the last one I did, I think. And we did case summaries for that. I'm very happy, obviously, under your direction to prepare a case summary, which is about 2 pages. It covered everything, not just the inquiry section. It also covered the planning balance as well. So it was a full case summary. That was agreed with the reporter at the time. But I will voice a concern that what I fear is that reporters will simply load that into their report almost as a closing submission. And it's no such thing. It's simply a very brief summary of the case over 2 pages. And it does not displace the need to read and take into account the full closing submissions that come at the end of the inquiry with the case summary. I'd be horrified to think that you read my case summary and thought that those were my closing submissions.
Well, I don't disagree with you, actually. I fully accept that the closing submissions are important. Hence, we work towards now a solution where we would have them submitted separately. I mean, clearly, from my point of view, quite often there might be some duplication. You might be able to use some of your closing submissions to assist in the case summary and expand on it in the closing submissions. If there's any reassurance, obviously we've talked about this as a team of reporters, and we're definitely looking at making sure that the actual issues that come out of the closing submissions are something that come through in our findings. So it's not in any way an expectation to diminish your case. I'm not averse to the case summaries being separated out, if that is helpful, bearing in mind we've got different participants and different stages. So, for example, tomorrow's session on ecology matters, I can see there being a need perhaps to look at 2 different case summaries for that. And I wouldn't want to hold you to 2 pages to cover absolutely everything when we're covering quite a diverse set of subjects here. Also, obviously, I was going to come back to Ms. Rutter. Obviously, we need to decide whether Ms. Rutter needed to submit a further document as a case summary or whether we accepted her recognition as equal to that summary. Perhaps, I don't know if she's got a view on it, she's still with us. Is that any help? I'm 2 pages roughly, but I'm quite happy with 2 pages per topic, certainly the bigger topics. And if you wanted then to look at a case summary that picked up the other parts of the other topics where there's not such a diverse set of opinions, as a sort of catch-all, I'm fine with that as well. I'm really just looking to see if there's a way of getting the summary in your words in a way that it can fit into the report, and represent the case summary as you would want it to be seen, without it being unduly short.
That's very helpful discussion from and helpful indications, and we certainly take the 2 pages as an indication rather than a direction.
Yeah.
And no, that's been very helpful indeed. From unlike Mr. Chinook, we haven't had the previous experience, so or discussions with previous reporters, so that's extremely helpful indeed. So I'm very grateful for that indication.
We'll be looking at timing for this. I was planning to look at the timing when we had representatives from Wildcat Haven. Also, I know Dominic Woodfield is here today, but I'm not sure he's in a position to represent the full interests of the organisation today. But obviously, we'll be looking at the case summaries coming in at a slightly different timescale from the closing submissions, so that they can be separated out, but they could overlap as well. I'm looking for your views on that. So obviously you've got another couple of days to have a think about how that might fit into your own plans, so that we can, when we come to the hearing session, when I think most parties are involved, with perhaps the exception of Ms. Rutter, we would maybe have a potential timescale that suits your own commitments and can fit in with the closing submissions, which we were looking at 2 and 4 weeks as a general starting point for our discussions.
Just one thing, on the Shepherd's Rig, my case summary came in almost as a executive summary of my closing submissions in the same document. But you want them in advance of the closing submissions.
Well, I was starting from that position just so that they were separate and different. But again, if you feel that there's, from your experience, if you felt it was easier rather than to avoid the duplication of work, that you highlighted which part of your closing submission you wished me to treat as a case summary, that would be helpful.
The issue is much harder to write short than long, as always.
Yes. Well,
I didn't have time to write a long book, so I wrote a short book, so I've written a long book. It's the old story. And yeah. Actually, certainly I've done it 3 times now, a case summary of sorts and closing submissions. And the case summary almost comes out of the closing submissions. You need the thought process of closing submissions to produce the case summary.
Yes, and you need to come through to the end of the process as well, which I accept. We need to get to the end of our inquiry and hearing sessions to actually put everything into perspective. So I know that plays a part as well. Mr. Finlay. Only action I have from today. So I think I'm probably at the point of bringing the inquiry session to a close and just thanking everybody for their time and effort today. I'll see Mr. Chinook again tomorrow morning with Wildcat Haven's representatives. And Mr. Finlay, I expect I'll be seeing you on Thursday morning.
Ma'am, we thought I might be keeping a watchful eye on, just in case it's of assistance tomorrow, but I'll be attending with my camera switched off and
yeah, perfectly acceptable. Well, I'll say goodbye and I'll see most of you tomorrow then at 9:30.
Goodbye. Thank you.